candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ziprecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Why? Why take a chance? Why risk a mistake? Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see say for my students.
We see say for each other.
I see say because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting, a why that unifies this community we're all a part of. So protect your everyday. Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. People on the streets of Tehran mourning 40 days since the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei, as a tentative ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran moves ahead on shaky ground. Tehran has once again closed the Strait of Hormuz over continuing Israeli strikes on Lebanon and uncertainty over whether negotiations can resolve other differences. Vice President Vance is planning to head up talks in Pakistan this weekend.
The deal is a ceasefire, a negotiation. That's what we give. And what they give is the straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms. Lebanese
officials say Israeli strikes killed more than 200 people there yesterday. The IDF says the nephew and personal secretary of Hezbollah's chief in Lebanon is among them. The BBC's Lina Sinjab from Beirut.
Hundreds more are in hospital. Hospitals are drained. Yesterday there were calls for, aid for doctors to volunteers, for nurses, for blood donation. It's a chaotic, catastrophic scene that, controlled the situation all over Lebanon.
CBS News confirms police in the Bahamas are questioning the husband of a Michigan woman who disappeared on a boating trip. Correspondent Christian Benavidez is in Marsh Harbor, where Lynette Hooker was last seen alive.
According to Bahamian police, Brian Hooker said they departed hometown at 7:30 p.m. Saturday on their 8-foot dinghy en route to Elbow Key. He said she fell over with the keys to the boat and was swept away in strong currents. He says he lost sight of her and paddled to shore, arriving around 4 a.m. Sunday.
His stepdaughter questions his story. The Artemis II astronauts are scheduled to return to Earth tomorrow night after their history-making loop around the far side of the moon. Pilot Victor Glover.
We have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And I haven't even begun to process what we've been through.
Preps are underway for a Navy ship to recover their spacecraft after it splashes down off the coast of San Diego. Top pros will be teeing off at the Masters in Georgia next hour. CBS's Michael Toscano.
91 golfers are at Augusta National Golf Course. CBS Sports golf analyst Shane Bacon has his eye on golfers named DeChambeau, McIlroy, and Scheffler.
Bryson potentially going to win his first Masters. Rory trying to win back-to-back. Will be just the fourth player ever to do so. And Scotty Scheffler trying to win a third green jacket.
But a lot of fans are rooting for 45-year-old Justin Rose.
This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut DMV is warning residents that multiple scam text messages have been reported. The fake texts urge recipients to make immediate payments for a variety of made-up violations, typically parking tickets or old toll fees. The texts also warn of impending consequences, such as license or registration suspension, if the fees are not paid. The DMV says they will never reach out to you through text message or social media and urge anyone who's received these messages to delete and report them immediately. Leaders at the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities are asking for more money from slot machine revenue. New London Mayor Michael Passero, president of the conference, calls it one of the great injustices in the state. The state has been slowly but steadily reducing the amount of revenue they share with cities and towns from the gaming machines. Passero says that the revenue was originally intended for municipalities, and they should not be punished for the state's own financial woes. The state is set to receive $365 million in video slot revenue this year from tribal casinos. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Airport is one step closer to reality. The city of New Haven, town of East Haven, and Tweed have reached a memorandum of understanding. Officials call the memorandum a big step forward for the proposed East Terminal project. The memorandum provides each party with a framework to address any logistical concerns. The $250 million expansion will feature a new 80,000 square foot terminal on the East Haven side and a runway extension of over 6,000 feet to accommodate larger aircraft. And Cumberland Farms, which has about 80 locations in Connecticut, is no longer offering its popular coffee deal. For years, customers who are members of the convenience store chain's reward program got hot or iced coffee up to an extra large size for 99 cents. Now customers are told that 99-cent coffee requires a minimum purchase of $3.49. Even with the minimum purchase, the extra large size is no longer available. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, John, thank you. Morning, everybody. John's update this time around, sponsored by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce the taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you have saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors. Tax-saving strategies. Check them out. Learn more, bridgelightadvisors.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Some volume now starting in Bridgeport on 95 southbound. Still a great ride if traveling on the Parkway, heading over to the 25A connector or Route 8. Also looking good there, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you can get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. cruise the River Moldau, and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, 6:08, almost 6:09. It's Paul in for Melissa. Paul Pacelli in for the award-winning Melissa Sheketoff right here on Melissa in the Morning, right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online voice of CT.com. Good to have you with us. Let's take a look around the region, see what is making news all across the great state of Connecticut. The Connecticut Hospital Association is hoping to secure a funding deal with the state. Uncertainty looming for many hospitals, from threats of cuts to federal Medicaid assistance and a reluctance from Governor Ned Lamont to pledge more money to the industry beyond 1 year. A bill that passed in 2011 was designed to filter money through a tax on hospitals that could then be converted for more funds through a Medicaid reimbursement. But as the budget deficits rose, the tax money was never filtered back. That caused hospitals to lose more than $250 million a year from a tax they never expected. It's not clear if the association will be able to secure a long-term funding deal. A former New Haven fire lieutenant says he was fired for being black. Keith Norfleet was fired back in August of 2024 before he was acquitted on charges of sexual assault. Lawyers filing a complaint last week on Norfleet's behalf, saying that he was treated differently because of race. He alleges multiple white firefighters were also arrested, but they were not fired. The lawsuit also contends that city officials have refused to reinstate Norfleet after an acquittal in court. Middletown High School was placed on lockdown the other day. Yesterday's police searched for a gun on campus. Around 10 a.m. on Wednesday, police finding an unloaded gun in a student's backpack. Cops say there was no evidence of a threat against any students or staff members. Classes resumed after the lockdown was lifted, but police officers remained on the scene. The investigation continues. Board of Ed in East Lyme arming security officers in district schools. This coming after a 6-3 vote Monday earlier this week. The guards are going to serve at 5 different schools across the district. One of the 3 board members who opposed the plan, Catherine Steele, said she lost her son to a gunshot wound while speaking out against the proposal. No timetable, though, on when this will all happen. Eversource now backing out of 3 state contracts in Connecticut. In a letter said to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Eversource says the latest round of purchases by DEEP were overpriced and likely to result in public energy cost increases. The letter claiming Connecticut lawmakers lack a comprehensive energy strategy, and the company doesn't want to commit $238 million to their cause. A DEEP spokesperson telling the Connecticut Mirror that the solar projects would lower costs for ratepayers despite claims of Eversource. They added the department is in contact with Eversource to further understand why they did what they did. A New Haven man charged with murder in connection with a deadly shooting. 26-year-old Vincent Watts arrested last Friday, charged with murder. The victim in the case, Dennis Atkinson, was shot near Ferry and River Streets in New Haven on August 18th of last year, later died at a hospital. 12 past 6 right here. Paul and for Melissa on WICC. Good to have you with us. A man accused of killing multiple women, including a Norwich woman on Long Island's Gilgo Beach, pleading guilty. 62-year-old Rex Huerman pleading guilty yesterday to kidnapping, torturing, and killing 7 women, including Maureen Brainerd Barnes, and scattering their remains across Long Island. Those killings taking place between 1993 and 2010. Brainerd Barnes was 28 years old at the time of her death in 2010. A protective order issued against a man accused of sexually assaulting elementary students in at least 2 Connecticut districts. 24-year-old Jack Gill of New Haven faces charges including illegal sexual contact with a victim under 16 and 4th-degree sexual assault. Gill worked as a substitute teacher. He was arrested last month on the 27th of March. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Airport, now one big step closer to reality. The city of New Haven, the town of East Haven, and Tweed reaching all a memorandum of understanding. Officials call the memorandum a big step forward for a proposed East Terminal project. The memorandum provides each party with a framework to address any logistical concerns about the project. Hartford Schools public school superintendent Dr. Andre Townsell says the district faces a $22 million deficit. He says the state's claim the district will have a $2.5 million surplus is a miscalculation. Townsell addressing the situation during a budget meeting Wednesday as Hartford Mayor Arunan Arulampalam has repeatedly told the district they need to find more efficient ways to operate. A man is facing charges after punching a police canine multiple times. Police say a suspect connected to thefts in multiple states led police on a chase before his vehicle was stopped in East Hartford. They say Tyrone Williams fled the scene on foot, tracked down to a backyard on Wells Avenue. Canine deployed when he refused to listen to commands, and a physical altercation with officers, including the canine, ensued during the apprehension. Police say Williams punched the dog several times in the head and body, the dog suffering minor injuries. A Hartford woman from Bosnia set to serve prison time for failing to disclose possible war crimes. Nada Tomanic was sentenced to 30 months in prison on Wednesday for lying to immigration authorities about her background. Tomanic never told immigration she was part of a special unit in the Bosnian army during fighting in Yugoslavia after the collapse of the old Soviet Union. Witnesses were set to testify that Tomanic was part of a group that beat a prisoner to death at a prison. Tomanic eventually found her way to Hartford, where she worked in a grocery warehouse for nearly a decade while she obtained citizenship. And leaders of the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities are asking for more money from slot machine revenue. New London Mayor Michael Passero heads the conference. He calls it a big injustice. The state has slowly but steadily been reducing the amount of revenue they share with cities and towns from the gambling machines. Passero saying the revenue was originally intended for municipalities and they should not be punished for the state's financial woes. And by the way, $365 million in video slot revenue is the number that the state is expected to receive this year from the tribal casinos. And that is your look around the region. It's Paul and for Melissa. Open phones if you want to give us a ring here to discuss anything. Just say good morning, send a shout out or whatever. We'll do that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Some delays, 25A connector just past exit 3 to the merge of 95. The turnpike itself slightly busy now in Bridgeport heading to Fairfield. Some minor volume in Trumbull Parkway southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes. on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC. WICC 695.9, where for the past 100 years, we've been the voice of Connecticut.
All righty. Good morning. How was everybody? You all right? You good? Not too bad. Meds are meds. Everything good here? Hey, how are you? It's your old buddy, your old pal, Paul Pacelli right here in on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. Yes, for the award-winning Melissa Sheketoff right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm not laughing at the show or Melissa or anything. I'm reading these, we do the wrap-up you just heard of kind of regional stories all across the state, Fairfield County, New Haven County, even out in New London, Tolland County, some stuff in New York sometimes. Is there any video of this guy in East Hartford punching a canine, a police canine? You think the dog wasn't happy? Is it just me, or probably number one, punching a dog is depraved. All right, I mean, any criminologist will tell you that the two things that are key indicators of really warped people are animal abuse and pyromania. If you know anybody who abuses animals and or has a fascination with fire, stay away. But having said that, I assume it was a German Shepherd. A man facing charges after punching a canine multiple times. Kyrone Williams' vehicle was stopped in East Hartford. He fled on foot, tracked down to a backyard. Obviously, they bring the dogs in to get a scent. He didn't listen to commands. You know what the command? You and I have watched a number of cop shows online and whatever on TV. Come on out or I'm sending the dog. Let me see your hands. Come on out or I'm sending the dog. Sometimes, and I have relatives in the police departments, and they tell me sometimes we can say that umpteen times and we got to let the dog go. Police say Williams punched the dog several times in the head and the body. The dog suffered minor injuries. What a creep. Oh, I'm sorry. An alleged creep. You're punching a police dog. You think the canine was upset? You don't hear about that a lot, right? Punching the kid. And by the way, the dog is considered an officer. That's why some of the dogs, they actually have a badge on them. They have something they wear. So there you go. So if there's any video of this, I want to see this. Let me say alleged, innocent till proven guilty. This alleged creep. You got to be a full-on creep for this stuff. Kyrone Williams starts punching a police dog. I'm guessing the dog, if it was a German Shepherd, heck, if it was a Chihuahua or whatever, Beagle. Although beagles will just lick you no matter what you do to them. But, punch the canine, Kyrone. That's real smart. I'm sorry. I had to bring that up. And he'll sue. He'll say, he couldn't breathe. It was PTSD. He'll that creep. I'm sorry, that alleged creep will say something. So, all right, you let me vent about that. That's all well and good. Another big story, we'll get into this. Our friend Dan Haar has a big story we'll read some excerpts of and bandy about a little bit. The city of New Haven, the town, and this has been debated for 40 years. I know because I know the area well. And I had family members who literally lived around the corner from Tweed Airport in New Haven, which many of you now from all over Connecticut use to leave and fly on a Velo or other airlines into and out of Tweed. In fact, depending upon how the winds were, and that's how they set the departure and arrival slots by the daily winds, there was many a time where the final approach for Tweed would be literally right over my uncle's house. I mean, literally right over the house at probably about 600 feet or so, 600 to 700 feet. But this has been debated for years and years and years. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Regional Airport. Now, that's, I think, the official title of the place, Tweed New Haven Regional Airport. And this is going to be big. I guess there is and before you have a contract, you have a memorandum between now New Haven, East Haven, and Tweed. The memorandum, a big step forward on a proposed East Terminal project, providing each party with a framework to discuss any logistical concerns, and I'm sure there will be. Now they're saying Sikorsky and Stratford should do what Tweed did or is doing. I don't know. Could Connecticut, is there enough air traffic in Connecticut, enough air business to do all this? I don't know. Because there's always been, people say, hey, if we can do this with Tweed, let's see if we can do this with Sikorsky. Who knows? All right, let's do a little business here. Traffic and weather together. News coming up right here. Paul and from Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still looking very good on the Parkway. Just some minor delays in Bridgeport southbound on 95 this morning. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
More and more people in Connecticut want to age peacefully at home. But as you get older, it's not easy to do light housekeeping or meal prep or even get to and from doctor's appointments. That's why I recommend a free assessment with my friends at Connecticut In-Home Assistance. At Connecticut In-Home Assistance, they specialize in providing exceptional non-medical homemaker and companion services tailored to meet your individual needs. When my grandcracker lived with us in Fairfield, she relied more on companionship than anything else because as we got older and moved out of the house became quieter and she wanted to stimulate her mind and have friendship. With Connecticut In-Home Care, the team is dedicated to creating a nurturing environment where you or a loved one can thrive in the warmth of your own home. Trust Connecticut In-Home Assistance to deliver personalized care plans that prioritize your well-being and independence. Check out cthomecare.com for more information. Call 855-412-CARE and get a free assessment done with my friend Brian at Connecticut In-Home Assistance. That's 855-412-CARE or at cthomecare.com.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Iran has pulled back on a key ceasefire concession and closed the Strait of Hormuz again over Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The BBC's James Landale.
Israel says this is a war on Iran's ally, Hezbollah. And the country's prime minister claimed his attacks here were not covered by the ceasefire agreed between the U.S. and Iran.
The IDF says it's just killed the secretary to Hezbollah's chief in Beirut. President Trump says U.S. forces will remain in place in and around Iran. CBS's Jesse Mitchell reports new talks are scheduled.
Negotiators for both sides will meet in Pakistan this weekend, with Vice President Vance leading the U.S. delegation.
A doctor in Hawaii has been convicted on a lesser charge of attempted manslaughter for trying to kill his wife while they were hiking last year. Deputy Prosecutor Joel Garner.
We respect the verdict. We respect that the jury did their job, considered the evidence, and came to a verdict that they thought fit the evidence.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Hospital Association is hoping to secure a funding deal with the state. Uncertainty looms for many hospitals, from threats to cut federal Medicaid assistance and reluctance from Governor Lamont to pledge more money to the industry beyond 1 year. Legislation that passed in 2011 was designed to filter money through a tax on hospitals that could be converted for more funds through Medicaid reimbursement. As budget deficits grow, the tax money was never filtered back, causing hospitals to lose more than $250 million a year from a tax they never expected. It's not clear if the association will be able to secure a long-term funding deal. Eversource is backing out of 3 state contracts in Connecticut. In a letter sent to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Eversource says the latest round of purchases by DEEP were overpriced and likely to result in public energy cost increases. The letter claims Connecticut lawmakers lack a comprehensive energy strategy, and the company doesn't want to commit $238 million to their cause. A DEEP spokesperson told the Connecticut Mirror that the solar projects would lower costs for ratepayers, despite Eversource's claims. They add the department is in contact with Eversource to further understand the decision. The Connecticut DMV is warning residents that multiple scam text messages have been reported. The fake texts urge recipients to make immediate payments for a variety of made-up violations, typically parking tickets or old toll fees. The texts also warn of impending consequences, such as license or registration suspension, if the fees are not paid. The DMV says they will never reach out to you through text message or social media, and urge anyone who's received these messages to delete and report them immediately. Leaders at the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities are asking for more money from slot machine revenue. New London Mayor Michael Pissarro, president of the conference, calls it one of the great injustices in the state. The state has been slowly but steadily reducing the amount of revenue they share with cities and towns from the gaming machines. Pissarro says that the revenue was originally intended for municipalities, and they should not be punished for the state's own financial woes. The state is set to receive $365 million in video slot revenue this year from tribal casinos. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Airport is one step closer to reality. The city of New Haven, town of East Haven, and Tweed have reached a memorandum of understanding. Officials call the memorandum a big step forward for the proposed East Terminal project. The memorandum provides each party with a framework to address any logistical concerns. The $250 million expansion will feature a new 80,000 square foot terminal on the East Haven side and a runway extension of over 6,000 feet to accommodate larger aircraft. And Cumberland Farms, which has about 80 locations in Connecticut, is no longer offering its popular coffee deal. For years, customers who are members of the convenience store chain's reward program got hot or iced coffee up to an extra large size for 99 cents. Now customers are told the 99-cent coffee requires a minimum purchase of $3.49. Even with the minimum purchase, the extra large size is no longer available. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, thank you, John. You're brought to you this time round by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. No, just fair, honest prices. Check them out. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays beginning the show southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike now between Bridgeport and the Fairfield Rest area. Also approaching Norwalk at exit 16. We're dealing with some stop and go from Trumbull heading into Fairfield southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, no barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hear the news as it happens on Melissa in the Morning. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning. How is everyone this morning? You good? You okay? Everything working here? Oh, it'll get up, stretch a little bit. Not a bad day. Paul Pioric says sunny today, low 50s, clear tonight, mid 30s, sunny, milder tomorrow. The high around 60. How about that? So there was actually a tad bit of frost on my car, my little buggy there when I got out this morning. And I had I had just enough windshield washer stuff to get it off, because I'm like, oh no, 4:30 in the morning. I got to be out here scraping in almost the middle of April here. So It is another chilly morning, though, right now in the greater Milford, Bridgeport area, upper, lower Fairfield County. See what I mean? Lower Fairfield County, but the upper part of it, 28 degrees. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, big news. Again, a facility in New Haven County, but this is going to be, this will greatly affect and have effects on, affect with an A, it'll affect, and then the effects will be with the E. An agreed to expansion of Tweed New Haven Regional Airport. This is a big, big deal because remember, we have Bradley that has undergone great upgrades over the last 10, 20, 30 years. And there have been various airlines in and out of Connecticut, some being very successful, some not being successful, whatever, comes and goes. It is with the flows of the economy. But now you would have to believe that this is going to have reverberations once this, now it's good, this is a multi-year plan here, but the reverberations of this are going to be felt all throughout Connecticut, Fairfield County, New Haven County. A new deal, says here in Hearst by our pal, Dan Haar, clears the way for major Tweed Airport expansion after years of dispute. The memorandum of understanding between Avports, that's the company that runs the airport, AVPORTS, Avports, and the two municipalities, City of New Haven, Town of East Haven, and the Tweed New Haven Regional Airport Authority is a memorandum. It's not a final binding deal, as our buddy Dan says here. It won't come cheap for state taxpayers, as Dan points out. So, yes, you and I, old, young, left and right, black and white, everybody's going to be paying for this in the state. Under the latest thinking, a new terminal plan, Dan says right here, remains in place with parking also on the east side of the airport. Traffic would enter on the East Haven side and exit on the New Haven side, around the north side of the runway, through the streets of the East Shore part of New Haven. And if you are not familiar, the airport is essentially right on the town line. One side is on East Haven, one side is on New Haven. It's in an area called the Annex, because one side it was annexed back. There's a long history about this. Avports, let me see. It says with the governor. Okay, now as the state's commitment here. The governor had once said that few, if any, large public projects happen without a state subsidy. This was going to be one. Avports, which runs all or parts of 16 airports in the area, was going to get in on this. Avports will still do a lot of that inside the airport perimeter. But with Lamont now on board, the state is going to pay. So this is what the state is going to do and going to pay regarding this expansion. And again, this expansion is going to greatly affect even Fairfield County because, if the airport in New Haven is bigger, it elevates itself to say what Westchester is doing and stuff like that. So you may not have, if you're in Fairfield County, you may not have to go to LaGuardia or JFK. Maybe not. I mean, I don't think you're getting international flights out of Tweed. But having said that, it's going to be a true regional airport. So, even if you're in Fairfield or Bridgeport or Shelton or Ansonia or Derby, and you can fly out of New Haven, why would you go to New York? Now, there are differences in fares, where your destination is, ease of getting tickets. We understand all that. But having said that, so the state is going to pony up for this. Why do people always pony up? Why don't you pony down? $40 million for a new public safety complex in East Haven. $5 million each to East Haven and New Haven for infrastructure. An increased annual payment in lieu of taxes for hosting a public facility by more than $5 a year in East Haven. That's going to rise with inflation, and New Haven is going to get $3 million more a year with inflation for their part in it. Tweed is growing dramatically with or without the expansion, and until the improvements happen, every vehicle in both directions passes through a neighborhood. And they are not happy, trust me. Like I said, I had relatives there. In 2025, now this is how popular Tweed has become. And I remember growing up and going over my relatives' houses, right? And Tweed, what flies into an? I think they had jet service, like one or two jet flights a day, maybe. And it was all, Piper Cubs and Cessna 150s and 170s or whatever. You would hear the term puddle jumper, which is exactly, hey, let's fly over the puddle. But in 2025, last year, if I'm not mistaken, 739,000 passengers departed from Tweed, up more than 20% from the year before, as Breeze and Avelo Airlines, Breeze Airways, Avelo Airlines, ply their trade there. Now, Bradley had 3.3 million, but it's a much, much, much bigger airport. So for its size, Tweed is only going to do more here. And again, Ewell in a few years, once they configure the parking, alter the runways a little bit, do the whole new terminal, whatever. If you're in Fairfield or Shelton or Derby or Ansonia or Stratford, you can say, hey, honey, yes. Can we fly out of New Haven instead of going to LaGuardia or JFK or White Plains or anything about that? So there you go. But again, there are people there who are, and there's always been an argument there. And my relatives used to get into this. Well, they used to say the bleepin' airport, to which people used to tell my uncle, the airport was here when you bought the house. It's not like they set up an airport after you moved in. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays southbound in Bridgeport, right through the Fairfield Rest area, now entering Southport. On the Connecticut Turnpike southbound, and a slow ride coming out of Trumbull to Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway this morning. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Well, 646, 14 before 7, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul Piorek is here for our morning weather discussion. Paul, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning. Very well. How about you?
Not too bad, Paul. The good news was, as I mentioned earlier, I had just enough left in the tank. No, we're not talking about me. I had just enough windshield washer fluid to get the ice off my windshield.
Yep,
Paul,
I had to use it as well.
Where
I
did
know.
that come from? Where did that come
April.
from?
It's April. It's frosty. Now, tomorrow marks the 30th anniversary of the April snowstorm of '96.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So we're not out of the woods yet, the snowy woods, if you will.
Yeah. I spend big too. I get because you get the windshield washer stuff. It's the blue or the orange. Yeah, I buy the orange because it says it's better against ice, and you know what? It reminds me of Orange Julius. Remember that stuff?
Of course I do. Orange Julius in the mall.
Probably.
Oh my God.
Probably the single worst food or drink you could
ever have.
Liquefied
I'm wondering
sugar.
whether or not you took me up on the challenge yesterday.
The clouds. Paul, you were spot on. I was taking my little afternoon siesta, looking and looking out my new bedroom windows that I just forked $2,000 over for. By the way, I just wanted. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, when the condo association says you'll do it, you better do it, darn it.
You better do it.
You don't want to
right.
get fined. And I said, Paul was right. There was not a cloud in the sky. It was amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
From sunrise to sunset.
Yeah. Now, Paul, what is that? Just a lack of moisture, certain temperatures,
the barometer
winds?
was so high yesterday. We hit a barometer at noon of 30.64, which is about as high as it ever gets. And when the barometer is that high, the air is heavy, the air has weight, it is extremely dry. So not only did we see not a cloud in the sky, but if you were itching yesterday, you were not alone.
Yeah. Oh, because of the dryness too.
Dry air, right? Air very dry yesterday.
Yeah. And that's why I get the little warnings on my phone. We have the warnings about, brush fires, right?
The brush fire, any kind of breeze, right? That'll do it. The air is so very dry this morning, and even right now we have a barometer of 30.61, so way up there.
All right, Paul, what do we have for the next few days?
All right, good morning. Right now, frosty outside. We have readings in the lower 30s by the water, 20s inland, 33 in Bridgeport, our dew point 30. We do have that frost, our humidity 85%, and our barometer, the aforementioned barometer, way up there at 30.61, so another heavy, dry air morning. We've got a lot of sun, frost early on, with a high in the lower 50s later this afternoon. Some fog overnight with a low in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high 60. Saturday, sunny with a high 60. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. And Monday, fair with a high near 70. So we moderate by Monday. Right now, we're in the 30s by the shoreline, 20s inland. We've got another bright day, lower 50s later this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
All righty, good to have you with us right here, right now at 203-333-9422, 333-WIC. And gosh darn it, if Mr. Piorek wasn't right, of course he's going to be right. It's what he does for a living. He looks skyward. I look downward to make sure I don't trip. And I don't... You know what I promised myself I was going to buy this year? And we'll get it. And I reminded myself because I thought about it again this morning. And I think I mentioned this on the show. Either filling in for Melissa or doing my own show, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6, by the way. When this happened a couple of weeks ago, but Paulie, it was one of those nice winter mornings a few weeks back. And Paulie went out to his car here at Connoisseur to get something that I left in the car, the charge cable for my phone, and I almost went down. Yes, because there was a little bit of black ice I didn't see, and I recovered. I did not go down. Some quick footwork, quick being a relative term when you get to my age and with my mode of physical ability, although I am still, I think, pretty flexible for my age and all that. But I said, you know what? Gosh darn it, that was it. I've got to buy those, those studs you put on your sneakers. or your shoes there. You know, you can buy. They're not like full rubbers or galoshes. It's a great word, galoshes. Sounds like a noise. Galoshes. No, it's not the full rubbers or galoshes. It's those studs that are arranged in heavy rubber bands that you slip over your shoes. Well, I never got around to buying them, and I looked out this morning on the way to my car, and I said, you know what, I was going to buy those, but now, you know what, I probably won't because it's already the middle of April, and pretty soon it'll be May. But the problem is, as I thought about buying those, and I know I could always get them through Amazon and return them, but, and I was reminded this morning seeing the ice, like, what size do I get? Because I wear about a 9.5 shoe or sneaker or athletic shoe, as they say. Cross trainer is what I wear, although not this morning. I've got some, just some light casuals on this morning, casual style. But, you know, you know, you try to buy stuff that is sized online. And it's like, well, this, like I said, I'm a size 9.5 shoe. So I'm looking and say, all right, here are the studded thingies that I want to buy. And this fits, okay, this is good, fits sizes 8.5 to 9.5. Okay. But then the next size fits sizes 9.5 to 10.5. So what do I do? What do I do? Do I take the ones, the elastic studs? I guess that's what the rubber studs. Do I take the ones that have 9.5, my shoe size, on the high side? So are those going to be too tight? I guess too tight is better than too loose. Or do I take the rubberized studs and take the low end? I don't know. I'm so confused. Which leads me to another question. You see how my mind develops over the week that I do this show? Does anybody still buy studded snow tires? Remember, I mean, are they out there? I guess they are. And I know maybe not around here. I don't know. And I guess the state used to have a law or still have a law, right? Still has a law. Remember? There was if you had studded snow tires, because the state and all the municipal departments, towns and cities didn't want to chew up the roads. I know I don't think you could put them on before like October 1st, and you had to have them off by April 1st. So does anybody still buy or sell or use studded snow tires? Because I remember growing up as a kid, people saying, hey, got to get my snow tires off by April 1st. And as a kid, I'm like, well, why? What are they going to do? What are they going on? Snow tire patrol? No, because I have studs. All right. There you go. Traffic and weather together. You see where my mind goes here? I'll try some coffee before the next break on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
More volume now as you enter Bridgeport towards Fairfield and Westport on the Connecticut Turnpike. Also starting to see a bit more too southbound in Norwalk around Connecticut Avenue. Southbound on the Merritt Parkway, that is stop and go. Trumbull into Fairfield. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florists, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries to celebrations or just because, Cityline Florists delivers stunning high-quality flowers same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave, Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florists, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
Join the Center for Family Justice for Walk a Mile in Her Shoes on Saturday, April 25th in downtown Fairfield. Walk a Mile is a fun and engaging community awareness event that asks men and boys to take the first step to end violence against women and girls. Gather your team, bring your pet, and show your support for victims and survivors of abuse by registering to join in the walk on April 25th. Learn more or register for Walk a Mile in Her Shoes at centerforfamilyjustice.org.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Access to cutting-edge treatment can help make long-term survival possible.
Stand Up to Cancer and the Lust Garden Foundation have teamed up to bring pancreatic cancer clinical trials to those who need them.
For more information, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump has issued a new warning over fears a fragile ceasefire with Iran will crumble. Israel has hit 100 targets in Lebanon since the agreement was announced, killing hundreds of people. Iran has launched strikes in the Gulf and closed the Strait of Hormuz again. Correspondent Jared Hill with the latest from the president.
On social media, he warned that U.S. military ships, aircraft, and personnel will remain in place in and around Iran, and that if Iran doesn't fully comply with the agreement, then, quote, the shooting starts bigger and better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before.
In Beirut, construction crews clearing the rubble of a destroyed building. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Saeed Jatizadeh.
It was a grave violation, intentional grave violation of the ceasefire. You cannot have a cake and eat it at the same time. That was the message that Iran sent crystal clearly to Washington and to the Oval Office last night.
Vice President J.D. Vance is set to host a new round of talks in Pakistan this weekend. The husband of a Michigan woman has been arrested after his wife vanished during a boat trip in the Bahamas. Brian Hooker released a statement online. CBS's Christian Benavidez reports from Marsh Harbor.
I am heartbroken over the recent boat accident that caused my beloved Lynette to fall from our small dinghy. We continue to search for her, and that is my sole focus.
His stepdaughter has questioned Hooker's story. A week after his arrest, prosecutors in Florida want to take a look at Tiger Woods' prescription drug records.
State attorneys plan to issue a subpoena to the golfer's pharmacy, seeking copies of all his prescriptions. They want to see his dosages and whether any of the drugs come with warnings about driving while taking them.
How much have you had to drink today?
None.
None? Do you take any medication?
I take a few, yes.
Woods passed a breathalyzer test after his crash in Jupiter, but refused a urine test. Police say they found 2 hydrocodone pills in his pocket. Woods pleaded not guilty to driving under the influence. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
An icon of Antarctica is joining the endangered list.
They have wings, but cannot fly. They're birds that think they're fish.
The International Union for Conservation of Nature has upgraded the status of the emperor penguin, pushing the species a step closer to possible extinction. Seabird ecologist Norman Ratcliffe.
Emperor penguins are heavily dependent on sea ice as a nesting platform, so clearly in a warming climate, sea ice tends to disappear, and that can impact on their breeding success and survival.
Dow futures are down 176. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning. This is a slam dunk.
So cute. Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut legislators are racing against the clock to pass multiple pieces of legislation before the end of this year's session. The legislative session is shorter on even-numbered years, meaning that the General Assembly only has until a scheduled end of May 6th to pass multiple bills and a state budget. Yesterday, both the House and Senate convened to debate a series of non-controversial, smaller bills that could easily be passed, with the larger pieces of legislation being put off until all budget proposals have been submitted.
We are going to have to prioritize what we are going to focus on. And so for me, I prefer that. By not being in as much, you would hope that there is work behind the scenes trying to move a budget along. I will say the building has been awful quiet when I've been up here throughout the last couple of weeks, and the clock certainly is ticking.
Among the bills passed yesterday were one changing the state system of used tire collection and another expanding a state-sanctioned study of clinical psychedelic medical treatments. If you've been feeling your allergy symptoms more severely this year, you're not alone. State health officials are warning that allergy season is hitting harder than usual this spring. Channel 3 spoke with Dr. Hariri Hussain about why more people may be seeking relief.
I think it's like a broken record. Every year seems to be a little bit worse than the year before. Our seasons are getting longer. They start earlier, they end later. So at least through Father's Day, July 1st, 4th of July type of thing, we're going to have a lot of pollen this year.
Those suffering from allergy symptoms are advised to begin taking antihistamines and nasal sprays now and to avoid being outside on windy days. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right you are, John, right here on the Melissa in the Morning program. And John's update this time around is brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Now, play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game, must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. If you need that help, call 888-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Now it looks like 27A in Bridgeport through Fairfield on 95 southbound, the slow spot there. Coming out of Norwalk 16, heading towards Darien. It is a slow ride on the Parkway South, coming through Trumbull's Main Street exit, in through Fairfield, now entering Westport. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. Cruise the River Moldau and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
Have you heard that Milford was recently voted the third best place to retire in the U.S.? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Brand new spacious units priced right to give you convenience, comfort, and more of what matters in a modern home. Assigned garage parking and fitness center included free. Go to foresthillsmilford.com for information and to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
This is where Southport starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there. Good morning. How is everyone? Are you all right? You're good? Good morning, Bridgeport. Good morning, Shelton, Ansonia, Derby, New Canaan. They don't let me in New Canaan. They see my car and say, get out. Greenwich, Stamford, Darien, Westport, Wilton. Hi. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. This is interesting. Driving around the way, a lot of us do during the day. And listen, cars have been modified since the first mass market car was made. I'm literally sure that people modify like Model Ts. I don't think they put the big wheels on them. I don't think there was neon on the Model Ts. But people love to modify cars for the wow factor. Hey, this is my ride, whatever. And one of the modifications that a lot of people do is they put on aftermarket exhaust and muffler systems. Sometimes there is a mechanical reason to do this if you want to get more power out of the car, more torque, more horsepower, or whatever. And this all has to do with compression ratios. We don't have to get into that. But other times, the modified muffler is just to be noisy. And you know those. Now there's not a lot of them out there, but they're pretty noisy. And if you're driving on a highway, if you're on the Merritt Parkway or I-95 or Route 8 or Route 7 or whatever, you kind of hear the and you're like, wait a minute, is that my car? Like, what in the holy... what is going on here? And you see it's a car that, and they, driving past you, do speeding. Well, now there's a bill pending in the General Assembly that would raise the fine for a modified muffler if the modification is just to be loud. In other words, you can't prove that, hey, my mechanic or myself, officer or whatever, we put this on the car because of something in the engine. No, because a car can operate with a factory installed, muffler. It could raise the fine to $1,000. Now, that's what the fine should be for passing a school bus with little kids on. I mean, Bridgeport, my God, you see how many thousands it was last year? First semester of school last year or the year before? But how about this? A bill before the General Assembly takes aim, says here in Hearst, at noise pollution. One part of the bill would target a problem that Democratic State Rep. Joe Gresko of Stratford, former WICC star here, by the way, said affects residents across the state. Exhaust systems modified to make them loud, even gunshot-like noises. We've all heard this, right? And again, you're driving around and you're looking, going, oh, what is that? And yeah, some of them, Joe's right, some of them sound like gunshots. State law already mandates that cars have to be operated and equipped in ways that prevent unnecessary or unusual noise. That's the phrase, unnecessary and unusual, or rather unusual noise, taken from the state law. Drivers are generally prohibited from using, and dealers and repairers are prohibited from installing modified mufflers or any mechanical device that increases the noise from a car. Now, the current fine for that's $150. And yes, there are mechanical systems that you can buy. They put vents and solenoids in the muffler just to, there's an actual switch. In fact, some factory cars a couple of years ago, it was kind of a goofy, kind of chic accessory on some cars. You could alter the exhaust tone. Come on, stop. That fine, though, because they think this is getting out of hand, the fine would be $1,000. And this thing could actually become law. It got voted out of the Transportation Committee 30-6 a couple of weeks ago. Joe Gresko said during a public hearing, and he's 100% right, there is no mechanical or safety reason to have these aftermarket products on a vehicle. He's right. Listen, a lot of us, guys and gals too, we like the sound. There's something about the sound of an engine. You can't really define it, but there's something about the, what they say, the full-throated rumble of a Dodge V8, stuff like that. But yes, some of these, and they're right, some of this stuff, from time to time, makes an operating exhaust sound like a gun. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And yes, I understand people want to tweak their cars. And a lot of times you see a car on the road that is really, really nicely done up. I love neon on cars. I love lights. The new thing they do now, bright white lights in the wheel wells of raised pickup trucks. I think that's cool looking. I like that. I was talking to a guy at a convenience store. I just gave him compliments on it. He was telling me how he had to put in a secondary electrical system for it and feeding off a different battery, and it's cool stuff. But okay, the lights are, if anything, if somebody got bright lights ahead of me and they're going the same way I am, I don't mind that if it helps me see. But what do you think of this? And you've heard these, and we've all there's been aftermarket mufflers and exhaust pipes and venting pipes and exhaust manifolds. People have been doing those modifications for 70 years, 80 years, literally. But some of the stuff you hear on the roads right now, literally, I mean, there's stuff there. Some car blew past me the other day. I thought it was gunshots. And again, as they pointed out in the story here, in the her story here by Brianna Garciulo, that I guess some of these aftermarket mufflers are made to sound like gunshots. No. Is this an overreaction? Is $1,000 for an out-of-compliance noisy muffler system too much? Or is that a good philosophy? Hit them with a high fine so they know not to do it again. Because there are a lot of people, if a fine for anything is $100 or $150, people going to care? Honestly. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC on I was going to say Connecticut Today. Melissa in the morning.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays continue to build southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, heading from Bridgeport through Fairfield, now Southport, and just past Saugatuck 17 through Norwalk around Connecticut Avenue. We're dealing with a stop-and-go ride, too, just as you leave Trumbull around Main Street, all the way into Fairfield, and now through Westport. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We are off to a frosty start. We have readings in the 20s inland. We are about 31 by the water in Bridgeport. We have a dew point of 30, and we're dealing with frost early this morning. No doubt about that with our barometer way up there again, 30.62 this hour. We do have no wind, and with that high overhead, another brilliant day on the way. We will enjoy a lot of the sun with a high in the lower 50s during the day. Tonight, a little bit of fog after midnight with a low in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny with a high 60. We moderate with that wind shifting out of the southwest. Saturday, sunny with a high 60. Sunday, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. And Monday, generally fair with a high 70, even warmer by then. Right now, frosty, a sunny day on the way with a high in the lower 50s later this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. Oxford's live and local news source for 100 years. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
$1,000. That's what the fine would go up to under a bill being sponsored by one of the sponsors of the bill, Democratic State Rep Joe Gresco of Stratford, former WICC person from years ago. I worked a bit with Joe. Good guy, very passionate about the Bridgeport, Stratford area. And this would not outlaw any muffler modifications. And I know a lot of people that run speed shops, or they still call them that, speed shops, or aftermarket. Oh, I sell these things. Well, some of them are too loud. And I agree with this bill. And it's been at least 3 or 4 times that I've been driving along and I thought somebody was shooting at me, and it's somebody, getting a little too close with one of those loud mufflers. Let's go to George in Fairfield. Hey, George, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
It's not gunshots, and what it is if you put too much fuel into the motor, the gasoline ends up in the hot exhaust and it explodes. That's what you're hearing. They don't design it that way. It's just they're dumping too much fuel in there. You really need a good air-to-fuel ratio to make the best horsepower, but that's what that sound is.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, because it does sound like, George, some sort of explosion. I'm like, is that the muffler doing that or not? But you straightened me out on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, when you accelerate really fast and then you back off the throttle, then the excess gas goes into the hot exhaust, and that's what you're hearing. It's bop, 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 bop.
Yeah. Is that supposed to be sexy, or what is it, George? I don't quite understand.
It's stupid. It's just stupid.
So it means it means it doesn't attract women or guys. Is that what you're saying, or does it?
It might attract guys if that's what you're
yeah, right. If it's thanks, George. Appreciate it. Yeah, right. Hey. Oh man, Bob in Stratford at 721. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, my friend. I just got to tell you something. When I was growing up, we had loud mufflers, but nothing like this.
Yeah.
And what I feel what they should do, make it $2,000 and 6 months in jail.
Whoa, Bob! You want to put somebody in the slammer for a muffler? Wow, jeez.
I live on near Nichols Avenue.
Yeah.
These young guys, they have these little cars. They drive by.
Yeah.
It is so loud. It's deafening. You can't even. It's so bad that when you're driving, you can't control what you're driving. That's how nerve-wracking it is.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Bob, thank you. And again, I don't know if Bob is in Joe Gresco's district or not in Stratford, but they're trying to do something about it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's the modified muffler fine. And it would fine people up to $1,000 if their mufflers are too loud or the cars are too loud. If there is, quote, no mechanical reason for the muffler or the modification other than just to make noise. Toby in Bridgeport. Toby, my friend, how are you? Good morning.
I'm fine. Good morning. Yeah, they should charge people $1,000. Charge people so that they don't do that again.
So you like this idea? Hit them in the pocket.
Yeah, hit them in the pockets. Hit them in the nose.
Yeah. All right, Toby. Thanks. See, I knew when I said to myself, I'm going to bring this up, and a lot of people are going to react to this. Bill in Bridgeport. Bill, good morning. How are you, sir? What's up?
Oh, I hear that all the time. They love to race around about 3 o'clock in the morning with that bang, 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 bang all the time. And then they had the stereo systems so loud you could hear them a quarter mile away on top of it all.
Yeah. Bill, thank you. Appreciate the call. Yeah. State Rep Joe Gresco saying they want to target these loud mufflers because they affect people all over the state. Now, we had our previous caller who said that the popping is an overabundance of gasoline that backs up in the system okay, but they're saying here in the bill so I guess you can modify a muffler system to do that, or do you put on a certain muffler and then you make a modification to the fuel system? To the injectors? I was going to say carburetors. Does anything have carburetors anymore? State law requires cars to be operated and equipped in ways that prevent, quote unquote, unnecessary or unusual noise. Drivers are generally prohibited from using, and dealers cannot install any device that increases the noise coming from a car. So the current fine is $150. So if you're doing something just for noise, it's $150. This bill would kick it up to $1,000. And it doesn't, I'm sure they're going to put limit. I mean, you know, what are you going to give state police or local police decibel meters now, sound meters like we have here in the business and in the radio and TV? I don't know. Tom in Stratford. Tom, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Got a question for you.
Yeah.
You know, the cops kind of got their hands tied a little bit.
Yeah.
They're not really kind of sort of doing really what they should be doing, even though they want to.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, this guy Joe signed that Police Accountability Act.
Okay.
Now all of a sudden he wants to start crimping down on the noise, and I get it. The noise thing is kind of a nightmare with a lot of popping, backfiring.
Yeah, you don't know what. Honestly, Tom, you don't know. You don't know whether it's a gunshot. No, but I understand.
No.
Listen, yeah, I got you. Tom, thank you. Appreciate the call. Yeah, listen, a lot of people are still angry about that police accountability bill. They think it ties the hands of Connecticut law officers. A lot of people say, no, we needed that. There were abuses going on nationally and locally by police against innocent people. But I think that's the mark of a good legislator. If you can applaud him for something, him or her, and then criticize him or her for, something else, that might be good. All right, you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. $1,000 for a noisy muffler. Do you like it or not? On Melissa in the Morning.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays in Bridgeport, southbound 26 to Westport and Norwalk on the Connecticut Turnpike, building volume in Stamford. Not a bad ride on the Parkway right now, just some delays coming out of Trumbull heading to the Fairfield Rest area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Going to the dentist might sound really scary, but it's not actually the same as it probably used to be when you were a kid. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I talk a lot to my friend Dr. Philip DeJesus, who corrected my smile 3 years ago, about how dentistry has changed over the decades. He's been in practice for over 30 years. You remember how we used to have to put that goopy stuff in our mouth just to get an impression of how our teeth are? Well, recently, Dr. D told me it's very different than the way it used to be during our childhood years.
We used to have to take the impression, send it to the laboratory, wait a few weeks, get everything back. Now we can scan it, send it to the laboratory immediately. They're printing it, and within days you can have a restoration back in the mouth.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I never thought we could ever do something like this.
If you're looking for a new dentist or you want to have your smile corrected, can I suggest Dr. Philip DeJesus of DeJesus Dental Group? He's got 2 convenient locations, one in Shelton, the other on the Bridgeport-Trumbull line. Check out DeJesusDental.com and book a free consultation today.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit SonoCollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton brings the dynamic musical review Jerry's Girls to its stage April 10th through 19th. Featuring a talented cast of 3 women. The music of Jerry Herman from Broadway classics Hello Dolly, Mame, La Cage aux Folles, and Mac and Mabel is brought to life. This show is a romp through the magic of Herman's classics. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters. Visit centerstagetheater.org for tickets and more about the 2026 season.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Iran has pulled back on a key ceasefire concession and closed the Strait of Hormuz again over Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The BBC's James Landale.
Israel says this is a war on Iran's ally, Hezbollah. And the country's prime minister claimed his attacks here were not covered by the ceasefire agreed between the U.S. and Iran.
The IDF says it's just killed the secretary to Hezbollah's chief in Beirut. President Trump says U.S. forces will remain in place in and around Iran. CBS's Jesse Mitchell reports new talks are scheduled.
Negotiators for both sides will meet in Pakistan this weekend, with Vice President Vance leading the U.S. delegation.
A doctor in Hawaii has been convicted on a lesser charge of attempted manslaughter for trying to kill his wife while they were hiking last year. Deputy Prosecutor Joel Garner.
We respect the verdict. We respect that the jury did their job, considered the evidence, and came to a verdict that they thought fit the evidence.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Hospital Association is hoping to secure a funding deal with the state. Uncertainty looms for many hospitals, from threats to cut federal Medicaid assistance and reluctance from Governor Lamont to pledge more money to the industry beyond 1 year. Legislation that passed in 2011 was designed to filter money through a tax on hospitals that could be converted for more funds through Medicaid reimbursement. As budget deficits grow, the tax money was never filtered back, causing hospitals to lose more than $250 million a year from a tax they never expected. It's not clear if the association will be able to secure a long-term funding deal. Eversource is backing out of 3 state contracts in Connecticut. In a letter sent to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Eversource says the latest round of purchases by DEEP were overpriced and likely to result in public energy cost increases. The letter claims Connecticut lawmakers lack a comprehensive energy strategy, and the company doesn't want to commit $238 million to their cause. A DEEP spokesperson told the Connecticut Mirror that the solar projects would lower costs for ratepayers, despite Eversource's claims. They add the department is in contact with Eversource to further understand the decision. The Connecticut DMV is warning residents that multiple scam text messages have been reported. The fake texts urge recipients to make immediate payments for a variety of made-up violations, typically parking tickets or old toll fees. The texts also warn of impending consequences, such as license or registration suspension, if the fees are not paid. The DMV says they will never reach out to you through text message or social media and urge anyone who's received these messages to delete and report them immediately. Leaders at the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities are asking for more money from slot machine revenue. New London Mayor Michael Passero, president of the conference, calls it one of the great injustices in the state. The state has been slowly but steadily reducing the amount of revenue they share with cities and towns from the gaming machines. Passero says that the revenue was originally intended for municipalities, and they should not be punished for the state's own financial woes. The state is set to receive $365 million in video slot revenue this year from tribal casinos. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Airport is one step closer to reality. The city of New Haven, town of East Haven, and Tweed have reached a memorandum of understanding. Officials call the memorandum a big step forward for the proposed East Terminal project. The memorandum provides each party with a framework to address any logistical concerns. The $250 million expansion will feature a new 80,000 square foot terminal on the East Haven side and a runway extension of over 6,000 feet to accommodate larger aircraft. And Cumberland Farms, which has about 80 locations in Connecticut, is no longer offering its popular coffee deal. For years, customers who are members of the convenience store chain's reward program got hot or iced coffee up to an extra large size for 99 cents. Now customers are told that 99-cent coffee requires a minimum purchase of $3.49. Even with the minimum purchase, the extra large size is no longer available. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, right you are. Brought to you by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. Hey, you can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax-saving strategies. Check them out. Learn more. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays now on the Connecticut Turnpike coming past Bridgeport's 26 through Fairfield. Slow 16 to 14 into Norwalk. And a building ride in Stamford Parkway right now. Seeing some delays just past Route 7 in Norwalk on your way to the New Canaan Avenue exit. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Melanie Miranda, owner of Apex Radon Solutions, your local certified radon mitigation company. Radon is something every homeowner should take seriously. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas, and it's the second leading cause of lung cancer in the U.S. The good news, testing is simple. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free radon test kits to help protect your home and your family. Let's see how low your radon can go. Learn more and request your free radon test kit at apexradonsolutions.com.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com. Ridgefield.com.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too long.
May 16th is the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mosaholm and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitarchitect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
Melissa in the Morning is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Well, hey. Good morning. How are you? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Talking about loud mufflers this morning. Apparently, there's a bill that passed out of a committee. It passed a committee vote 30-6, 30, 30, not 13, 30-6. Chief sponsor of it, I guess, is Joe Gresco, Democratic state rep, Stratford District, former WICC. All the radio stations get mushed in my head. Former WICC staffer, by the way. That would raise the fine for a modified muffler that is doing nothing more than being loud. In other words, it doesn't have a mechanical reason to be that way. It would raise the fine to $1,000. Now, I'm okay with this. You know why? Modify a muffler. What? On my 2019 pedestrian Hyundai Elantra, which, knock on wood, has got 110,000 miles and still going strong? No. I'm not going to modify my car. No. But I don't lose sight of the fact that there are a lot of young people out there, even middle-aged people, whether it's old, young, white, black, men, women. Everybody likes to tweak with their cars sometime, whether it's a custom paint job, new wheels, neon lighting. I do like neon lighting. Like the neon underneath cars makes it kind of look like a spaceship. I'm a big lights guy. But some of these modified, and we had a caller earlier who said, well, that could be gasoline seeping back into the manifold. It's hot, it explodes. All right, but are they modifying it to do that? I don't know. Is $1,000 a little much? See, when it comes to fines, it's never high enough for me. This bill has got 2 parts. One part of the bill has got something to do with noise barriers. But it would affect residents across the state who are upset at these ultra-noisy exhaust systems, which, again, have no real purpose to be that loud. But I guess that's how they're sold. And I know you can get really fancy with these things and installed electric solenoids with a switch from the driver's seat. You can actually vary the exhaust note. And yeah, we all like a good exhaust note. Hey, listen to how she purrs. All that stuff. State law already requires cars to be operated and equipped in ways that prevent, quote, unnecessary or unusual noise, unquote. Drivers are generally prohibited, says here in the Hearst story, from using, and dealers are prohibited from installing any modified mufflers or mechanical device that is only to increase the noise coming out of a car. The current fine's $150. I don't know, does anybody get pulled over for that? If there's somebody in the neighborhood, do the cops come over? The bill advanced in the General Assembly's Transportation Committee 30-6. As Joe said, quoted here, in a recent public hearing, there's no mechanical or safety reason to have these aftermarket products on a vehicle. And I agree. Now listen, somebody wants to have a nice little growl from their exhaust. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If you're like me and you grew up in the heydays of, we all knew guys who had Mustangs, Trans Ams, Camaros, Firebirds, right? And they came from the factories with what do they call performance exhaust systems? So it was a different manifold, whatever. And some of us knew people who tweaked their own cars. A buddy of mine from high school, his dad owned a very popular aftermarket shop on Whaley Avenue in New Haven. They did a lot of installs there. But some of the stuff you hear now is literally startling. Especially the pop, 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 pop when they decelerate. Now, we had an earlier caller that says, well, that's a mechanical modification or a problem with the car and the car's running too rich and there's excess fuel. All right, but are there, exhaust systems that contribute to that or that actually can do that without any further modification to, say, the intake manifold, the exhaust manifold, the fuel runners to the fuel injectors? I don't know. I don't know. I pay people to fix my car. I don't touch my car. Bob and Trumbull's on. Bob, good morning, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I don't know, Reverend.
Yeah.
I'm hearing these things where they just want to take more money. But if
Yeah.
they want to generate money on
Yeah.
noise,
Okay.
what they ought to do is anytime you have
Here it comes.
Senator Murphy,
Here it comes.
Blumenthal,
Yeah.
any of them
Yeah.
on the radio, because
Okay.
that's like having nails on a chalkboard.
You think? Come on, Bob.
I say for every word they
Yeah.
say and put over the air,
Yeah.
charge them $1,000.
Okay, Bob, that's thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I told you it was coming. I told you it was coming. Bob, by the way, is a regular on the afternoon show. Does he call in the morning? I don't know. Maybe he's just following me. I have some of my wonderful afternoon people calling me here, which was nice. All right, $1,000. I don't know. Is this one of these fines that you're ever gonna collect? I don't know. And listen, I like the hum, the purr. What do they call it? Actually, you know what real car people call it? You know what they call this stuff? We call it noise. It's an exhaust note. Look it up. I'm not kidding. Again, this is from the same school that, used to call a strip joint a strip joint. Now it's a gentleman's club. Drive up has become pull forward. Test drive has become guest drive. And tailpipe noise has become an exhaust note. Yes, you'll love the wonderful exhaust note. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on that bill for you. $1,000 if you buy or install or change perhaps the exhaust note on your car just to make noise, to say, hey, look at me, which is what a lot of us at one time or another did when driving our cars. People looked at me in my car and they laughed. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning, 7:45 right now. Traffic and weather together. Coming up to 7:46 on the 6s on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go in Bridgeport, southbound 95, then coming out of Westport's 18 through Norwalk Building in Stamford, and delays at Route 7 in Norwalk on the Merritt Parkway on your way to New Canaan Avenue. Sponsored by RD Cinto. If you move your office to an RD Cinto property, clients will see you in a world-class facility. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the Morning.
How's your muffler, huh? State Rep Democrat Joe Gresco of Stratford. You remember Joe when he was on WICC here years ago. I worked a bit with him. Good guy. State Rep. Has climbed the ladder there in Hartford. He's backing a bill saying that, hey, the current fine for an exhaust system modification on a motor vehicle to just make it noisier is too low. So he wants to raise it from $150 to $1,000. And I know what the opposition will be, and they had a public hearing. I wonder if there was any real stiff opposition to this. But, the opposition is going to be, that's a lot of money. And some people, when they modify cars, as has been done for how many umpteen years, it's an expression of their style and everything. Well, okay, but you don't have to be loud. And obviously, you're going to get pushback. You may have from that public hearing from, dealers and retailers who sell this stuff. I'm just looking up the stuff online. Man, the exhaust system stuff you can buy. Good Lord. Looky that. Terry in Bridgeport's here. Terry, good morning. How are you?
Okay. How about you, Paul?
Terry, as long as I get out of bed in the morning, it's all right. I'll figure out the rest of the day.
Right. There's a few vehicles.
Yeah.
That go up and down Success Avenue at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
All day.
Right.
Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
And then they put these chokers on them.
Yeah.
And that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
And these kids in their 20s and maybe 30s.
Yeah.
School.
Yeah.
It's not. It's very annoying.
Yeah, and listen, Terry, you and I grew up. We all admired the sound of a new car and everything, and boy, does that sound... But, Terry, we liked cars with a little bit of a smoothness to them or a nice little growl. Nothing ever impressed me, Terry, about a car sounding like there are gunshots coming out of it. You know what I mean?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I'm sure you love hearing that at 2, 3 in the morning when you're trying to sleep, too, right?
Forget it.
Yeah.
If I had a gun, I'd shoot it.
Yeah. No, Terry, come on now. Thank you. Appreciate it. We don't need to fire guns on people now. But, Terry, thank you. Yeah, it is what it is. On the flip side of this, what I'm starting to notice? And I don't know whether more vehicles are coming with them or people are starting to turn them on and off. With the proliferation now of electric vehicles, EVs, I don't think it's so much with the hybrids, but with the proliferation of EVs. You notice the EV sounds now? I mean, there's just, because there's a couple, 3 EVs that park right in back of me at my condo, and sometimes they'll be going and leaving and coming back, as I'll be going and leaving and coming back. And I hear the noise, and the I'm getting used to the EV noise. Because it's not there's no internal combustion going on, right? There's no, even a non-modified vehicle does make some sort of pleasing engine sound to it. Maybe not loud, not the way it used to be. No clackety-clacks and clickety-clicks from the valve noises and all that. That's almost a thing of the past. But, in back of me, there's that, and I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like a mechanic. They're kind of like, and if you've heard them, you know what I mean. They're EV noises, because I think by law, your EV either should give you the option to or must produce some sort of noise, because you've got people who are blind, fully blind, or sight impaired. I'm sorry. You've got people, they're sight impaired too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean deaf. Yes, you've got people who are visually impaired. or, some level of blindness. So crossing a street, navigating a city, an urban or suburban area. A lot of people, and I read this and they've told me this, as they knew they had to live without good sight or any sight at all, car engine and automobile noises, right, were away, even though they were probably crossing a street with assistance, obviously. They would use the sounds of cars and trucks to kind of gauge and get used to, how close vehicles were. And that doesn't happen with an EV. An EV, on the complete opposite spectrum of what we're talking about here with the loud exhaust, EVs don't make any noise. I mean, they're two single or dual motor EVs. Yeah, there's tire noise, or there may be a little bit of rotating noise of the mechanical gears, but there's no combustion going on. There's nothing coming out of any exhaust. So I don't know how to explain the EV sound. It's almost like it almost sounds like a spacecraft sound, kind of a constant tone. And I don't know whether I'm becoming used to it now or people are using it more. But that's the opposite end of what we're talking about here with this bill about loud and obnoxious mufflers that break the law. And then on the other side, you've got vehicles that are basically, some of them making fake noise because people who are visually impaired or completely blind or whatever, don't have, or may have glaucoma or may have macular degeneration for some reason. They need some, they need some sound that they can calibrate their walking or traveling to. Now, I know in Europe, in European countries that sell EVs, I know that whole thing about generating some sound is mandatory. I believe that's written into the laws there. But it's an odd sound. It sounds like a spacecraft, and I'm hearing it more and more. Because for the first couple times I heard it, I'm like, wow, my tinnitus in my left ear never sounded like that. Is it getting worse? Should I go to my ENT person? And then, no, honestly, and then seriously, somebody drove past me. I'm like, okay, we know what that is now. All right. Hey, it's Paula from Melissa. Melissa Lamont. Hey, before we go to a break, I did want to mention, I got a message from somebody here. A couple things we were talking about earlier. Make sure I'm reading the right date here. About my previous question regarding the size of studs I should buy and not slip and fall on my arse in a parking lot here at Connoisseur or at home. Hey, Paul, always size up on those studs because the shoe you might want to switch it, you may want to switch shoes. Got it. Also, this is interesting. Next time, put a regular sock on and slide it over your shoe, and you won't slip on the ice. Huh. You people are good. I never thought of that. Same person, hey, Paul, with loud mufflers. There's two of them in particular that keep rumbling up and down along the water of St. Mary's. Guess they're new neighbors, and I can't wait for their leases to be up. Disruption to the point I cannot have any of my windows open. Always up. That's bad. When you can't have your windows open, yikes. Traffic and weather together, news coming up top of the hour, and more. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays coming out of Westport, Sherwood Island 18 in through Norwalk and Stamford 9 to exit 7. That is on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound. Starting to see some volume building in Trumbull through Fairfield's Rest area on the Merritt Parkway. And then as you get towards New Canaan Avenue in Norwalk. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Property Protection Consulting keeps not only homes, but businesses safe and can save them money. Hey, Melissa Shakatoff here, and you know I work with Property Protection Consulting at my home. But did you also know Nick and his team can install security systems, and they already serve many local businesses when it comes to access control? PPC will save your business money because think about it. The cost of retrieving a key from past employees or rekeying your door, it all adds up. But the PPC access control system will keep track of arrival times as well as adding additional security to your business by knowing when doors open, close, and who's coming and going. Same kind of technology we have at our home, but you could do it for your business. Seamlessly combining your security systems, camera system, and access all of it under one platform for cost-effective savings and control. For total security and peace of mind for your business, check out ppcalarms.com or call them at 866-991-7233. Tell them Melissa sent you. That's ppcalarms.com for more.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-1509, 800-555-1509, or biglou.com.
Paid for by term provider.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another.
Text BRAVE to 24365 to find out how you can help today.
WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. New concerns about the fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran amid new fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. It's led Tehran to close the Strait of Hormuz again. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House.
More than 100 Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Overnight, the Israeli military said it killed the nephew of Hezbollah's leader in Beirut. The strikes started without warning, hours after the ceasefire went into effect. Pakistani officials who brokered the ceasefire insisted it included Lebanon, but Israel and the White House disagreed.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't.
Vice President J.D. Vance, who's scheduled to head up another round of negotiations in Pakistan this weekend. CBS News' Jonah Kaplan has spoken exclusively with a soldier who survived the deadliest Iranian strike on Americans since the war began. 6 people were killed at a command post in Kuwait the day the fight began. We've disguised the soldier's voice as he speaks without permission from the military.
We moved closer to Iran, to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target.
So what was the reason that you were told for why you needed to be there?
I don't think there was a good reason ever articulated.
CBS News has confirmed police in the Bahamas have arrested the husband of a Michigan woman missing at sea since a boating trip Saturday night. Lynette Hooker's daughter, Carly Aylesworth, questions her stepfather's claim Her mother fell overboard.
Why is she swimming away from the dinghy? Why isn't she coming back to be on it with him? Like, why didn't he stop and put the anchor out and look for her?
Southern Californians suffering from sticker shock after they tried to buy tickets to the 2028 LA Olympics.
LA 28 organizers had promised locals could snag tickets to certain events for as low as $28 in this week's pre-sale. Some got lucky, but many were only offered tickets for hundreds or thousands of dollars. Tracy Dworsky planned to spend $2,000 on tickets for her family.
I didn't buy anything.
Yolanda Davidson lives just blocks from SoFi Stadium and the other Olympic venues.
We shouldn't just have to bear all of the burden of the Olympics. We should be able to participate.
LA 28 says more affordable tickets will be available in future ticket drops. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A golf great does the honors as play gets underway in Augusta.
Oh, boy. Watch out. I don't mean that facetiously.
Six-time Masters champ Jack Nicklaus teed off last hour. Ones to watch, DeChambeau, McIlroy, and Scheffler. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut legislators are racing against the clock to pass multiple pieces of legislation before the end of this year's session. The legislative session is shorter on even-numbered years, meaning that the General Assembly only has until a scheduled end of May 6th to pass multiple bills and a state budget. Yesterday, both the House and Senate convened to debate a series of non-controversial, smaller bills that could easily be passed, with the larger pieces of legislation being put off until all budget proposals have been submitted.
We are going to have to prioritize what we are going to focus on. And so for me, I prefer that. By not being in as much, you would hope that there is work behind the scenes trying to move a budget along. I will say the building has been awful quiet when I've been up here throughout the last couple of weeks, and the clock certainly is ticking.
Among the bills passed yesterday were one changing the state system of used tire collection and another expanding a state-sanctioned study of clinical psychedelic medical treatments. If you've been feeling your allergy symptoms more severely this year, you're not alone. State health officials are warning that allergy season is hitting harder than usual this spring. Channel 3 spoke with Dr. Hariri Hussain about why more people may be seeking relief.
I think it's like a broken record. Every year seems to be a little bit worse than the year before. Our seasons are getting longer. They start earlier, they end later. So at least through Father's Day, July 1st, 4th of July type of thing, we're going to have a lot of pollen this year.
Those suffering from allergy symptoms are advised to begin taking antihistamines and nasal sprays now and to avoid being outside on windy days. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. Yes, sometimes you've got to press the button and say what you have to say. John's news this time around is brought to you by our friends at M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all your gold needs. More info, check them out online, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays minimal in Bridgeport right now on the Turnpike, but do get heavier coming past Westport's 18 in through Norwalk, and a lot of volume in Stamford this morning. Southbound stop and go Trumbull to Fairfield on the Parkway, and heavy just past Route 7 in Norwalk, heading into New Canaan Avenue. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. I'd like to invite you to our Inspiring Hope Luncheon on May 7th from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Patterson Club in Fairfield. Join us to support the mission's vital work, providing housing, hunger relief, health care, and recovery services to those in need. Our keynote speaker, NBA legend Chris Herron, will share his powerful story of resilience, recovery, and transformation. Together we can make a difference. Reserve your seat or sponsor a table today at bridgeportrescuemission.org.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
This is where Monroe starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Telling you, she gets all the hip music. I gotta talk to Alan. Jeez. I mean, not that my bumpers aren't good, but she's got like happy, upbeat stuff.
It's because
like,
we're young and hip and
yeah,
trendy,
that's
Paul.
it.
That's the trick.
That's it. I've got the cramp in the afternoon stuff, gee, no, I'm just kidding. Melissa in the Morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. No, it's not Melissa. It's Paul holding down the fort here on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. Seriously, she's won a Best Talk Show award and Best Host award here as well, so we're proud of that at WICC. She's back on Monday, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Later on this hour, we'll talk to a guy I talk to in the afternoons every Thursday, former state Senate Republican leader, former gubernatorial candidate John McKinney will give us his take on what he sees going on and not going on in Hartford. Speaking of what's going on, John Kamal is here.
Yes.
Dragged him out of the newsroom. John, what do you have for us this morning?
Well, so yesterday, it's funny. I had scheduled a call with Senator Blumenthal, Senator Richard Blumenthal, and that was to discuss the Connecticut Sun sale, right? Like that was what all of that was. And we spoke about that. And if you listen to WICC later this afternoon, the download at noon, you will hear that conversation about the sale of the Connecticut Sun. However, after I made that appointment, many things happened in terms of the conflict, the war, whatever you want to call it, in Iran. And so suddenly I had a call scheduled with a, prominent politician in this country. And so, of course, we had to speak about that.
Cool.
So it was it was an interesting conversation because this was someone who, what was it, Wednesday that the tweet went out? And then everyone was today's Wednesday. Today's Thursday. I don't know what day it is, Paul. I don't know what's happening. It was Tuesday. Thank you very much. Excuse me. That the tweet went out. It was Wednesday that I spoke with the senator. So my first question to him was, what was the reaction to the president's tweet? And Eric, I've got my first file coming up here. So this was me speaking with the senator about the reaction on the Hill.
All right.
What he posted early yesterday morning about destroying civilization in Iran was just utterly and totally unhinged. Right. And it raised questions about his mental stability among many people who very fearfully contacted me and asked about what happens when the President of the United States is, in effect, unstable or unwell.
So, Paul, thoughts on this? Because we haven't spoken about that entire situation.
People wonder about the process, and they're saying, listen, is this Trump being Trump? Is he starting to slip? Whatever. And I've talked about this on the afternoon show ad nauseum.
I'm sure.
People say, well, let's just say it's not. Say it's somebody. What would the scenario be? Now, people are hearing this stuff, and they're saying, well, Trump is Trump, but he didn't have to say what he said. This is his way of negotiating. People say, well, 25th Amendment, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's how the 25th Amendment would work if anybody wanted to do it.
Sure.
You've got 15 cabinet members. So it's got to be initiated by the vice president. So that would mean the vice president would have to get a hold of all the cabinet members and say, I think we have a problem here. I think we need to go back.
Right.
So they would put it up for a vote. I don't know whether the vote would be public or private. a simple majority is what you need to move it to Congress.
It doesn't need to be unanimous?
No.
Okay.
No. The cabinet vote needs to be 8-7 or higher.
Okay.
And then a declaration of a desire to impose the 25th Amendment goes to Congress, and you need a 2/3 vote in each chamber. So you need 67 in the Senate and whatever 2/3 of 435 would be in the
Sure.
House. And then it would be, Mr. President, you're done.
This is all just a long roundabout way of saying it's absolutely impossible, and there is no way that's going to happen. And by the way, let me clarify.
Well, I would never say no way, but
fair.
you got to watch what happens in the next 2 or 3 weeks. You don't know.
Right. Well, and also Senator Blumenthal is not calling for the 25th at all. He's just speaking. But just to clarify for anyone who might have just tuned in, the senator is not calling for that. He's just describing the reaction on the Hill to what was, one of the more incendiary of the president's tweets. I don't think that's a partisan thing to say out loud.
I read it. All right. So listen, we'll see what happens. It is interesting that you have a lot. And one point I make on the afternoon show all the time is eventually, whether you love Mr. Trump or despise him, whether you think he's next to, as I like to say, all the old Italians had 3 photos in their home.
Oh, my.
Jesus Christ, Frank Sinatra, and the Pope.
Okay.
Well, you may be, hey, I got to put Trump's picture up there, or you may have him on the other side up there with Hitler and Mussolini, I always say.
Okay, those were the words I thought were going to come out of your mouth.
So, but a lot of Democratic strategists are saying right now, he's eventually going to be gone. What happens next? And I've had some Dems on my show of all ilk saying, we got to start coming up with policies.
I would not debate that. But Democrats certainly need to start having some ideas and have a lot of them soon. Well, but before we get ahead to elections, though, let's focus on this ceasefire because this is a heck of a thing. So I asked the senator again, what was the reaction to the ceasefire? What are we going to get out of this? Okay. What has Iran had to give up? And in the senator's opinion, not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Nothing for the American people, and it leaves Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, which gives it, in effect, a lock on the world economy, on the transportation of oil and gas. We are arguably in a weaker position because Iran remains in control of its missiles and drones, its enriched uranium, its regime still in place.
Now, I've seen a lot of reactions to this online, and I've seen, you'll see Fox immediately calling it an amazing, incredible victory and a thing for diplomacy. And, of course, you'll see MSNBC or whatever they're calling themselves these days. I forget.
MS Now.
MS Now.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Saying the exact opposite. This really, I think, is going to be one of those things that's going to take, this 2-week period to kind
even
of unfold.
far longer.
Well,
too.
but just in terms of the initial ceasefire.
Yeah, and over the years, I've talked to experts about Iran, and I used to have a couple of go-to Iranian college professors in the area, and they would tell me that you would need. Now, when this started, John, I was on my first words on this in my afternoon show was they better not screw this up. This had better work.
Yeah.
The Iranian people, or as many people like to refer to themselves still, the Persian people of that area, the vast majority, first of all, they're incredibly young. They lost a whole generation of men in the Iran-Iraq war. They were at war with each other for the entire decade of the 1980s. Yeah. So you have a very young population, and I've been told by numerous people, they love America. They see us as a beacon of freedom. They want to be free.
Sure.
Yet since 1979 and the Islamic Revolution, this is what we're dealing with now. Now, even with all this stuff, as Senator Blumenthal pointed out, there's no guarantee that there's going to be any sort of a regime change or allow this younger generation who wants the world to come to their country for tourism, years ago, Tehran used to be considered like Paris or Rome or the Middle East. They just want that all to come back again.
That's right on the Red Sea. It's gorgeous.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine that?
Oh, yeah. No. I mean, I got to go to Egypt once.
Oh,
and,
really?
And go on so I'm Egyptian. Kamal, my last name is actually an Egyptian name.
Yeah.
Now, I was 11 years old. This was 1997 or something like that.
But you remember.
But I do. It's a beautiful area.
Yeah.
And, of course, we would all love to see nothing more than, for it to be safe for us to travel there. That'd be great. But also for the Iranian people to have it.
Absolutely.
But the final thing that I had to talk to the senator about, and I completely buried the lead on this, but we got to talk about the gas prices, right? No, that's certainly my fault. We got to talk about gas prices because the Strait of Hormuz now reopened, kind of, a little bit. And so what is actually going to happen? What's going to, what impact are we going to see? This is what the senator had to say.
Now, the price of oil on the world market came down below $100. That's good news for consumers because hopefully the price of gasoline also will come down. But there's a real question mark as to how much it will come down because Iran can throttle the strait for certain ships and shipments from certain countries and extract fees that could raise the price of oil for certain countries. And so there's a lot of uncertainty, which itself inhibits the shipments of oil and raises the price.
So what I'm hearing is that in the next 2 weeks, are we going to see dramatic change? Likely not.
I don't know. But no matter what side of the aisle you're on this, cross your fingers. That's it. John, thank you. It's Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays on the Parkway southbound now starting to build through Trumbull towards Fairfield and then Norwalk heading into New Canaan. Connecticut Turnpike southbound, slow ride coming out of Westport's 18 heading into Darien and a very heavy ride in through all of Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com. The news and talk leader for Fairfield County for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All righty. Thank you, John Kamal from the newsroom. He'll be back with the news at the bottom of the hour here at 203 333 9422 333 WICC. John and the senator had talked about gas prices. Gas prices as I'm seeing them. And there are a couple of ways that you can look at gas prices. The three primary ones are the Lundberg survey, the AAA, and Gas Buddy. They're another one. A lot of the networks use Gas Buddy. We like to use the AAA here, or at least I do. So Connecticut's AAA average price for gasoline up again, $4. 11.1 cents. 4.11.1 is the current regular average. All right. A year ago on this day, it was 3.08. So as the statisticians like to say, year over year, we've gone 3.08 to 4.11. So it's $1.03 more a gallon than you were paying a year ago. And again, if you base it on what I like to base it on, which is a 12-gallon fill-up, which is like the average-sized gas tank. SUVs take more, obviously. Heavy trucks take more, whatever, with diesel. It's basically costing you about an extra $12.50 per fill-up. Some people, if they're moving around a lot or have family stuff or use their stuff for their vehicles for work, they may be filling up twice a week. So you've got 308 a year ago at this time. Now we're at 411. Okay. Diesel is basically the same as it was yesterday. Yesterday it was 594.3. Today it's 594.7. Last year at this time, over $3 cheaper. Man, you folks that use diesel, God bless you. And I don't mean that in a funny way. God bless you for what you have to lay out here. A year ago, diesel on average was $3.83 a gallon. Today it's $5.95. Yikes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, and give a quick check of what's oil doing today. Oil's back up now. Remember, yesterday it was hovering around $75 a barrel, which was the stability situation of, hey, look at that, there's a peace deal in the Middle East. But now, you just heard on CBS, top of the hour, we may hear it again at the bottom of the hour, I suspect we will, to some extent, about the Strait of Hormuz being blocked by Iran right now because of, they say, Israel's ongoing campaign against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah, again, much like the Houthis in Yemen, this is an Iranian offshoot here. And the one thing to keep in mind here, and I'm not saying you've got to favor this and not favor, but as you sit back and say, well, how do I feel on this? If you don't believe me, you don't have to. Go to any PC, talk to any geopolitical expert about the area. They will tell you that Iran is basically not the good people of Iran, not the good Persian people of Iran. No, we're talking about the Iranian government. And for about 5 decades, they have been the root of all terrorism in the world. Don't believe me, look it up. Even people who don't like what's going on, and believe me, there's about half or 2/3 of the country that may not, even a lot of experts agree that if you somehow got rid of the Iranian regime somehow, is that in doubt now? Probably. I mean, they just killed 30,000 of their own people. What does that tell you? They killed 30,000 of their own people. And that's one of the lower estimates. Some people say it's as high as 40 or 50,000. But the mullahs that rule Iran and keep a wonderful culture and a vibrant people and population under their boot are the head of, they're the head of the snake when it comes to world terrorism. It's not me saying it. It's 50 years of how they are connected to almost everything bad that happens in the world. And again, it's just a statement of fact. That's all. Oil is up now currently from the opening today about 4% right now. Crude oil futures are at $91.16. So we have popped up again. We'll see what the stock market does this afternoon. Don't do anything hasty, as they say. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paula for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go volume southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike heading in through West Haven, slow in Bridgeport, Norwalk, Stamford, and now Trumbull southbound on the Parkway with a busy ride heading from New Canaan into Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports 1/3 of the energy we generate while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Erin Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Erin4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Erin for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
I was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Iran has pulled back on a key ceasefire concession and closed the Strait of Hormuz again over Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The BBC's James Landale.
Israel says this is a war on Iran's ally, Hezbollah. And the country's prime minister claimed his attacks here were not covered by the ceasefire agreed between the U.S. and Iran.
The IDF says it's just killed the secretary to Hezbollah's chief in Beirut. President Trump says U.S. forces will remain in place in and around Iran. CBS's Jesse Mitchell reports new talks are scheduled.
Negotiators for both sides will meet in Pakistan this weekend, with Vice President Vance leading the U.S. delegation.
A doctor in Hawaii has been convicted on a lesser charge of attempted manslaughter for trying to kill his wife while they were hiking last year. Deputy Prosecutor Joel Garner.
We respect the verdict. We respect that the jury did their job, considered the evidence, and came to a verdict that they thought fit the evidence.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Hospital Association is hoping to secure a funding deal with the state. Uncertainty looms for many hospitals, from threats to cut federal Medicaid assistance and reluctance from Governor Lamont to pledge more money to the industry beyond 1 year. Legislation that passed in 2011 was designed to filter money through a tax on hospitals that could be converted for more funds through Medicaid reimbursement. As budget deficits grow, the tax money was never filtered back, causing hospitals to lose more than $250 million a year from a tax they never expected. It's not clear if the association will be able to secure a long-term funding deal. Eversource is backing out of 3 state contracts in Connecticut. In a letter sent to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Eversource says the latest round of purchases by DEEP were overpriced and likely to result in public energy cost increases. The letter claims Connecticut lawmakers lack a comprehensive energy strategy, and the company doesn't want to commit $238 million to their cause. A DEEP spokesperson told the Connecticut Mirror that the solar projects would lower costs for ratepayers, despite Eversource's claims. They add the department is in contact with Eversource to further understand the decision. The Connecticut DMV is warning residents that multiple scam text messages have been reported. The fake texts urge recipients to make immediate payments for a variety of made-up violations, typically parking tickets or old toll fees. The texts also warn of impending consequences, such as license or registration suspension, if the fees are not paid. The DMV says they will never reach out to you through text message or social media and urge anyone who's received these messages to delete and report them immediately. Leaders at the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities are asking for more money from slot machine revenue. New London Mayor Michael Pissarro, president of the conference, calls it one of the great injustices in the state. The state has been slowly but steadily reducing the amount of revenue they share with cities and towns from the gaming machines. Pissarro says that the revenue was originally intended for municipalities, and they should not be punished for the state's own financial woes. The state is set to receive $365 million in video slot revenue this year from tribal casinos. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Airport is one step closer to reality. The city of New Haven, town of East Haven, and Tweed have reached a memorandum of understanding. Officials call the memorandum a big step forward for the proposed East Terminal project. The memorandum provides each party with a framework to address any logistical concerns. The $250 million expansion will feature a new 80,000 square foot terminal on the East Haven side and a runway extension of over 6,000 feet to accommodate larger aircraft. And Cumberland Farms, which has about 80 locations in Connecticut, is no longer offering its popular coffee deal. For years, customers who are members of the convenience store chain's reward program got hot or iced coffee up to an extra large size for 99 cents. Now customers are told that 99-cent coffee requires a minimum purchase of $3.49. Even with the minimum purchase, the extra large size is no longer available. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. Brought to you by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Good morning. Let's go right to the Connecticut Turnpike and start in Bridgeport, where it's slow 26 heading into the Fairfield Rest Area. Busy ride in Norwalk. Lots of volume in through Stamford. And now I'm seeing delays southbound on the 25A connector as you make your way from Lindley Street into the merge of 95. A little slow in Trumbull southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Also heavy in New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. cruise the River Moldau, and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it with lasting protection backed by a 50-year warranty. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years because we put our customers first. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
If it affects your neighborhood, she has all the info you need. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? It's Paul for Melissa this morning in the Melissa in the Morning program. We'll get back to open telephones and messages and emails and all that coming up. A lot more I want to go over. First, though, you see this gentleman, if you check out the Capitol Report Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. on News 8. He's part of the panel there with our buddy Tom Dudchick. He's a regular contributor to my show in the afternoons on Thursday. Former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney. John, thanks for getting up early with me this morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. I wish it was a little warmer, but it's a beautiful day out.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, John, now the end of the session is in sight, and as always, I'd like to start off by asking you just generally what has stuck out to you over the past week or so. What are you hearing, buzz or no-go on some of these controversial bills? What do you have?
Yeah, well, and Paul, you and I have talked about it. I know your listeners have called you about it, the big controversy over the homeschooling bill. Mm-hmm. Speaker Matt Ritter came out the other day and said a lot of that information, the curriculum information, is not going to be included in the bill. It looks like they're going to pass a bill that would simply require a school district to notify the Department of Children and Families when a kid is taken out of school. Currently, under the truancy laws, if a kid misses a certain number of days, DCF is notified. This would add in the category of if someone is taken out of the public school, DCF is notified. Probably not, still a little bit intrusive for some homeschooling families who might start their kids at public schools and take them out, or you start at public school and take them to a private school. But it's a recognition that a lot of the testimony and hard work of the homeschooling parents has paid off.
And John, and I mention this on the show all the time and tell people, listen, they can think whatever they want about this topic or not, but Connecticut and its perception of and its actuality of being a somewhat center-left state and progressive state, we are listed, whatever site you go on online, we are listed as having very few, in fact, some of the fewest homeschooling rules in the country. I was surprised with that.
Yeah, it's hard to explain. I spent 16 years there. The issue really never came up. I met a lot of homeschooling parents I've represented. The kids were fantastic, and there were never really any issues. I think, some of the tragedies we've talked about that I don't think are related to homeschooling have brought the attention back into the spotlight. And I don't think this is a terrible thing for the homeschooling parents, but they certainly have won this round in terms of what was proposed was really onerous, unfair, in my opinion.
The paying strikers after 2 weeks, people that go on strike of their own volition or their union tells them, John, to walk off the job, even though they may have a strike fund. Some of the strike funds are not exactly large amounts of money, but we have had this bill introduced again to pay strikers after 2 weeks on the picket line. Supporters say it levels the playing field. Critics say it's a government putting its thumb on the scale. What are your thoughts on that one? You think that has any shot?
Well, it has a shot in the legislature. The question is Governor Lamont going to continue to oppose it and threaten to veto it? He has been against it in the past. It's an election year. He's got a far left progressive challenging him. That changes some of that dynamic. I would personally love to debate anyone who says this balances the scales. The reason why people are paying their dues to their unions is so that there is a strikers fund to take care of them if they exercise their right to go on strike. This clearly says now we're going to put the government and the strikers on one side and the corporation on the other, and it's a bad message to send to businesses in Connecticut and others who we want to attract here. There's no opposition to private workers joining a union, forming a union, but this goes too far.
There is this ongoing controversy over somebody I have no doubt that Doug McCrory, and an associate of his, Sari Cicero. We're seeing coverage on this, and I think the last story we saw, John, on this was that investigators still have not gotten the documentation that they have asked for to see if there's any more funny business or any alleged funny business with the Blue Hills Civic Association. That's got to pain you from a distance seeing this, and I applaud the governor for suggesting just some common sense changes here that we have to do about knowing where hard-earned taxpayer money is going to some of these nonprofits, the vast majority of which, John, obviously do a great job and do it for far less than the state would do it if they had to pay for it.
Absolutely. Our private nonprofit sector does so much good in the state, and they do it for pennies on the dollar of what the state pays to do it by itself. Paul, this is one of the reasons, and the reforms that the governor and the Republicans came out with and the Democrats, I think they will pass a reform package. As we talked about, one of the really shocking issues is that state money can go to nonprofit A, but then they pass it on to nonprofits B, C, and D. And the state never gets to look at who B, C, and D are. They're going to change that, so that won't be happening again. But this is why I fought so hard for an inspector general, because an inspector general would have subpoena power. They would be able to issue subpoenas, and if people didn't comply with the documents, they would be charged and going to jail. When people halt and delay and obfuscate bringing out this material, to me, it makes them look guilty. I think, obviously anyone, Senator McCrory and others, are innocent until proven guilty, and a lot of them haven't been charged yet. But what is the hesitation to bring the documents? Either they don't have them, which is wrong, or they don't want to show them.
At this point, John, the guest is John McKinney from the Connecticut Capitol Report on News 8 every Sunday morning. Budget items right now. So this is the short session, which is supposed to be to tweak the budget. So what is happening now, John, from your past experience at this point in trying to make those adjustments to get the books as good as they can be when they adjourn?
Well, what's happening now, and I think all of the players in Hartford, the governor, the Democrats, and the Republicans who've put out a budget plan are all making adjustments to those guardrails, which we have hailed since 2018, that have really set our state on solid footing and got to pay off some of our unfunded liabilities. And the big issue is the volatility cap. That looks like they're going to make some changes to the volatility cap. That's the delta between what we expect to get in our income tax revenues and what we might get in a really good market year. That delta is put into the, pay off our pension fund. They're going to adjust that so they can use more of the tax money coming in. I think what's really happening is the governor is meeting with Democratic leaders. He has different objectives with that money. He wants to give some money back, whether it's a rebate or a tax cut. Democrats want to inject that money into more programs, local school funding and the like. The Republicans are sitting on the side saying, well, we want to give permanent tax relief with that money, but I don't think the Republicans are being invited into the room.
Well, yeah, what a shock. And John, finally, the gubernatorial campaign in particular on the Republican side, particularly the dynamic between Aaron Stewart and Ryan Fazio, both friends of the radio station here. I don't know whether you heard, Aaron is up and running with some radio spots here, pretty aggressively going after the governor on ding, 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 the public benefits charge. I'm not surprised. Are you?
No, not surprised. I haven't heard a lot of Connecticut candidates use the BS term before. We'll see how that works. I guess I'm old school, but I think we're seeing, and Paul, I actually looked early this morning to see if I could have an update because campaign finance quarter ended April 1st.
That's right, yeah.
And I haven't seen any filing from the third Republican candidate, Betsy McCoy.
Okay.
If her numbers are what the rumors are, then she's not going to qualify for public financing. And in my opinion, she should think about dropping out of the race. Ultimately, it's going to be a two-person race. It's going to be Ryan Fazio versus Aaron Stewart. They're both qualified already, so they both got a couple $1 million. Hopefully, they're going to buy more ads on WICC.
That's right.
It's a great place to get your message. I bought radio ads on WICC in 1998 when I first ran.
See
it's
that?
a great way to get to people. You'd go to the grocery store and people say, "Hey, I heard your radio ad." It's going to be a very close race between those two. And I think right now, Aaron Stewart has a slight edge on getting the nomination by the Republican Party at the convention, but I don't think that matters. It's going to be a real close race between the two of them in an August primary.
Yeah, great stuff. John McKinney, catch him with all the other guys, Tom Dudchick and the whole panel on the Capitol Report, Sunday mornings at 10 on News 8. John, great stuff as always. Have a great weekend, my friend. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, there you go. There you go. Sales endorsement of WICC from John McKinney. All right. More coming up. Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go in West Haven on the Turnpike southbound. Also delays in Bridgeport and Norwalk and through Stamford. A little busy in Trumbull southbound on the Parkway. And as you head in through New Canaan towards the rest area, Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Thanks once again to former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney. Force in Connecticut politics for years, now doing a lot of media stuff. We have him on once a week, and you see him with our buddies Tom Dudchick on the Capitol Report. Joe Arasimowicz is there. Liz Korandowitz, our buddy, our pal Dan Hard drops by all the time to talk about Connecticut politics. Yeah, with all due respect to Betsy McCoy. And I remember, I was talking to Eric, our producer, this morning. I remember in 1993, 94, in the early part of the Clinton first term, Bill Clinton 1.0, you remember, and it's a long time ago, it's 32 years ago, Hillary Clinton, the then First Lady and future presidential candidate, future senator from New York, future Secretary of State, she was entrusted with looking into, as has happened over the years several times in this nation, looking into a national health care plan. And everybody was saying, well, this is going to be interesting. And then we were told that, well, not too much of this is going to be done in public. And if I remember correctly, I had Betsy McCoy on a couple of times to talk about health care. And that's kind of one of her fortes here. And she, and so she was a big critic of that at one time. She served one term as lieutenant governor from New York. But John is right. Even if you like what any candidate says, it doesn't have to be on the left or the right or Betsy McCoy Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio or Governor Lamont or Josh Elliott. You have to be able to win. And like John said, you will know probably sooner than later if Betsy McCoy thinks she has an actual chance to win, or is she trying to play spoiler here? I don't know. But then again, sometimes it doesn't matter if you're a spoiler, because under our system, if you can qualify for any race, for any primary, for any general election, I mean, if you can qualify, you have a right to run. And the question of whether or not you have a legitimate shot to win, I mean, that's for blowhards like me to talk about and for astute people like John to talk about. He's the expert, I'm not. But, again, and Lisa, on her show, Lisa Wexler had a wonderful woman on. I don't have her name in front of me, but she was from a campaign school. I think it might have been the campaign school that Yale does. And because I know a couple of people that have gone there. And it was the role of the campaign manager. I believe they were talking about it. I had about half an ear on it, doing some stuff here in the studio. And a buddy of mine used to be deeply involved in local politics in the West Haven and New Haven areas, and he did some out in Illinois. And I remember him telling me that he would meet with prospective campaigns as a media manager and an advisor or whatever. I did some stuff in the 2010 cycle for a couple of campaigns, and Lisa's guest had mentioned this the other day as well, too. It's not about who you like in politics. It's about who can win. And my friend, who both of us just turned 65 within like 2 weeks of each other, welcome to Medicare. He said, yeah, when people would always come up to me, he said, and he would question them, invariably, he would, hear, well, I like this person, I like that. And he would say, whoa, time out. He put up the time out to you and say, time out. It's not about who you like, because who you like doesn't matter. Who can win? Who can, from a broad spectrum of issues, from age, gender, ethnicity, previous record, any blemishes on that record, resume, who can win? And I think that, with all due respect to Ms. McCoy, and hopefully I'm going to have her on here. I had somebody contact me the other day from her campaign. The question is for her, and the question is for Republican primary voters in the state. Can she win? I guess now technically, yeah. I mean, anybody who's registered with a campaign, who's duly entered, who wants to run, yeah, I guess there's always a chance. And the reason I'm bringing this up again is because I belong to some, let's say, right-leaning. I also belong, actually, just to see what people say, to some pretty progressive boards as well on social media. But having said that, I've kind of got the feeling of what a lot of the grassroots Republicans are saying in the state, and those who are probably primary voters. And I see them online, and sometimes I chime in, but sometimes I just kind of hover around and, see what's going on. And there's an urge right now, because I've seen this. This is not conjecture by what I see and what I know and people who are influential and are. There is a consensus right now that the Connecticut Republicans don't want to be fractured after the convention. And for that matter, neither do the Democrats. Listen, I've been saying for 3 or 4 months here, and I've gotten laughed at by some people, don't count out Josh Elliott. I'm telling you, if he can get to the convention, if he can force a primary and get 15% of the delegates, Listen, again, I draw the comparison to Zohran Mamdani, right? 3, 4, 5 months ago, this guy's got nose against Cuomo. Come on. It's the Cuomo machine. Look what happened there. And that's because Mr. Mamdani, he didn't do that. I mean, he did appearances, but you know what it was? It was video, TikTok, video, Facebook, video, all that stuff. So nobody is completely out of it right now. But a lot of the Republicans are urging unity here. But there is, I can tell you because I see it on social media. I will just say this, and I'm not urging you to do one thing or the other. There is a pretty significant chunk of Republican people who are likely to vote in the primary that believe that Aaron Stewart is too liberal. I will just leave it at that. I'm not saying I agree or disagree, but I'm just telling you what I can sniff out online. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays southbound, Bridgeport's 27A in through Fairfield on the Turnpike. Also slow going Norwalk and heavy in Stamford 9 to exit 6. Delays on the Parkway southbound as you head through Trumbull, and some minor delays too approaching the Duquesne rest area right now. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Wednesday, April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on April 22nd. It's free and open to all high school students and families. Presented by Chesla, Bigelow Tea, and Connoisseur Media. ctcollegefair.com.
WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Vice President J.D. Vance is trying to clarify as the temporary truce with Iran hits shaky ground.
I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise.
He's scheduled to head up a new round of negotiations in Pakistan this weekend. Yesterday was the deadliest day of fighting between Israel and Lebanon since the war began. Correspondent Imtiaz Tayyab is in Doha.
When we look at the images coming out of Beirut yesterday, the extraordinary damage by that huge volley of Israeli missiles, which caused so many casualties. We understand at least 300 casualties. It really just underscores just how fragile this ceasefire is.
Iran has responded by closing the Strait of Hormuz again. Oil prices are rebounding, and the average price for a gallon of gas in the U.S. is stuck at around $4.17 a gallon. Correspondent Kelly O'Grady.
Even if the Strait of Hormuz were to fully reopen right now, it would likely take months to see gas prices return to pre-war levels. And the main thing you need to know is the relationship between oil and gas prices, it's not immediate. So it normally takes 2 to 4 weeks for a drop in oil prices to show up at the pump.
CBS News confirms police in the Bahamas have arrested a Michigan man after he claimed his wife fell overboard during a boat ride Saturday night. She hasn't been seen since. Correspondent Christian Benavidez is in Marsh Harbor.
Bahamian police say he is a suspect in her disappearance, telling Reuters they took the 59-year-old into custody Wednesday night for, quote, questioning based on some probable cause. It's unclear what charges he could be facing.
The nation's fertility rate has dropped to a record low.
The CDC says 3.6 million babies were born in the U.S. in 2025, about 53 births for every 1,000 women of childbearing age. That rate was down 9% from 2019 before the pandemic and down almost 20% from 2 decades ago. Dr. Joanne Stone is a maternal fetal medicine specialist at Mount Sinai.
Access to reproductive care, cost of living, housing, and paid parental leave are key factors to that decrease in birth rate.
The slowdown in the birth rate could become a drag on economic growth. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Officials in Philadelphia say at least one person is dead, 2 others missing. 3 were rescued after a parking garage under construction collapsed. This man was nearby.
It was a big boom, and then, I thought it was thunder and lightning.
Officials say a chunk of the roof fell first, triggering a progressive collapse across all 7 levels. An investigation is underway. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut legislators are racing against the clock to pass multiple pieces of legislation before the end of this year's session. The legislative session is shorter on even-numbered years, meaning that the General Assembly only has until a scheduled end of May 6th to pass multiple bills and a state budget. Yesterday, both the House and Senate convened to debate a series of non-controversial, smaller bills that could easily be passed, with the larger pieces of legislation being put off until all budget proposals have been submitted.
We are going to have to prioritize what we are going to focus on. And so for me, I prefer that. By not being in as much, you would hope that there is work behind the scenes trying to move a budget along. I will say the building has been awful quiet when I've been up here throughout the last couple of weeks, and the clock certainly is ticking.
Among the bills passed yesterday were one changing the state system of used tire collection and another expanding a state-sanctioned study of clinical psychedelic medical treatments. If you've been feeling your allergy symptoms more severely this year, you're not alone. State health officials are warning that allergy season is hitting harder than usual this spring. Channel 3 spoke with Dr. Hariri Hussain about why more people may be seeking relief.
I think it's like a broken record. Every year seems to be a little bit worse than the year before. Our seasons are getting longer. They start earlier, they end later. So at least through Father's Day, July 1st, 4th of July type of thing, we're going to have a lot of pollen this year.
Those suffering from allergy symptoms are advised to begin taking antihistamines and nasal sprays now and to avoid being outside on windy days. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, right you are. And John's update right here on the Melissa in the Morning program is brought to you by the folks at M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. More info, check them out. Visit mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Stop and go on the Turnpike in West Haven, also Bridgeport, Norwalk, Stamford, 25A connector, heading from past Washington Avenue into the merge of 95. That's pretty slow through there. And I'm also looking at delays in Trumbull and New Canaan on the Parkway southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
This is where Fairfield starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Oh, hey, how are you? It's hour number, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, hour number 5 of Melissa's daily 5-hour get-together. Monday through Friday, right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, online voiceofct.com. It is the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. Our buddy Paul Piorek on the stick, of course, for us weather-wise, saying we're going to have for you kind of a nice day today. A little chilly if you got up again this morning. Wow. How about that? When did that happen? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But again, a gradual warm-up, I guess, toward next week. Sunny today, upper 40s. Tonight, clear, low 30. Check that. Today, mostly sunny, low 50s. And tomorrow, partly sunny in the 60s. All right. What's the temperature right now? I should give that to you. Because a lot of you didn't get up at 3:50 in the morning like I did. So you may be sticking your toe outside and saying, "Ooh, it's a tad chilly." It's warmed up a little. 39 degrees, a big 3-9er right here at the beautiful studio complex of Connoisseur Media in Milford. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Speaking of the great city of Milford, one of the most desirable places to retire. You hear the ad here on the radio. It's true. I know people in the real estate business that say, stuff is booming in Milford as far as houses, homes, condos, and all that. But we got a note from the Milford Police Department yesterday. Say hi to all the folks at the Milford PD. earlier this week, not yesterday, day before, they are alerting people. Now, listen up, Milford. They are telling you, you are being alerted that the remote speed cameras are going to be turned on pretty soon. They're not on yet, from what I understand here. So in case you didn't see it, the Milford Police Department says get ready for this. Now, you're not going to get fined right away. You won't, but they just want to tell you what's going on. So there are 6 areas in the city of Milford that they are going to be putting the cameras on and turning them on. All right? There are 2 commercial areas where the cameras are going to be turned on. One is the Boston Post Road northbound off of exit 39 off of I-95. So, you know, when you get off 95, if you're heading northbound and you swing back down to Route 1. So, once again, Boston Post Road north off of I-95, exit 39. So, be advised of that. The 200 block of Woodruff Road. Got that? I don't know why. These are apparently high accident sites here, is where they're supposed to put these. So you've got exit 39 off 95 south, Boston Post Road north off 95 south at 39. The 200 block of Woodruff Road. Now, those are the commercial districts. The Milford police say pretty soon the cameras will be turned on near 4 school zones. You ready? The Academy School Zone 100 block of Gulf Street. The Live Oaks Elementary School Zone, the 500 block of Merwin Avenue. The West Shore Middle School Zone, the 500 block of Milford Road. And the Platt Tech Zone, the 500 block of Orange Avenue. Got this? So again, the Academy School Zone, the Live Oaks Elementary School Zone, the West Shore Middle School Zone, and the Platt Tech Zone. Gulf Street, Merwin Avenue, Milford Road, and Orange Avenue. And again, the other locations, the 200 block of Woodruff Road and the northbound Boston Post Road off of I-95 South, exit 39. $50 for a first violation, each subsequent violation $75, plus a $15 electronic payment fee. So $75 becomes $90, $50 becomes $65. Will I get points on my driver's license? No. Photo speed violations are 0-point traffic infractions. They are not reported to DMV. So you should know that. Does anybody review the citations before they're mailed out? Yes. Each potential violation is reviewed by a sworn police officer, a Milford Police Department employee. No citation is issued without human review and proposal and approval, rather. And, of course, the warning, yes, there is going to be a warning period starting soon. So just to let you know, doesn't mean you have to like this. And apparently these things are supposed to show up on Waze and Google Maps and Apple Maps, and there's supposed to be signage on the road, too, about photo radar ahead or something like that. So we'll see. Greg in Wilton this morning at 1:15. Hey, Greg, good morning. How are you?
Hi. Nice to speak to you.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you, you were talking about the state of Connecticut and the elections. And,
yeah.
I live in Wilton, and I'm approaching retirement age, and I'm looking at all these companies leaving Connecticut, all the kind of job losses and kind of the lack of companies or jobs really coming in. And you look at retirement and you say, you know, why am I going to stay in Connecticut and pay all these taxes and deal with this affordability issue? Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of curious, are you seeing statistics that would support, you know, people moving out of Connecticut?
You know, Greg, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. We're kind of got a little echo thing here, and I'll let you go. Here's the thing. As to your first point with jobs, Every survey that you look at, and I highlight them on the afternoon show whenever they come out, Fox Business, MSNBC, who doesn't? The Wall Street Journal, Market Watch, Wallet Hub. They all say that Connecticut, while having a diverse workforce and and being physically a desirable place to live, the housing is high, whatever. But beyond all that, it's very expensive to do business in this state. And that's not me saying it. You can go to any listing of the most expensive states in the country to do business, and Connecticut's right up there. And there have been pushes in the General Assembly to try and loosen some of that. It never really works. And to your point about staying and leaving, I understand. Now, look, I'm probably going to be here the rest of my life. I mean, I'm still going to, believe me, I couldn't retire now if I had to. I guess I could, but I really don't want to. I know people that literally the moment they could have got out of this state, they ran. And they say, listen, love me some Connecticut, but I have a relative who moved down to Nashville and he loves it. He misses Connecticut, from an environment-wise and the stuff he grew up around. But, the house he bought for $200,000 down there in Nashville. Now, Nashville's becoming trendy, so his house is already appreciating in value. But he said, that's a $500,000 house back home. I know somebody who lives in the Carolinas, and her property taxes are capped at like $700 a year, something ridiculous, $700 or $800 a year because she's a senior. So to the caller, yeah, I guess if a lot of people leave because of money. And, if you're on a fixed income, if you only rely on Social Security, or if you sell your home and you use that for your nest egg and find somewhere cheaper to live, man, every cent counts. And then again, I have people on the opposite end of the spectrum. Friends of mine, relatives who say, no, I'm never leaving. I like it here. It is what it is. But to your original point, yes, one sad thing is because of our tax structure, because of our cost structure, you never, ever, 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 ever see Connecticut in the running for, let's say, if you see in the news or in the financial news, hey, Hyundai wants to build a new plant or an assembly plant, or now we have, military contractors. I get it. God bless Electric Boat. Congressman Submarine out there, Mr. Courtney. Good on you, Joe. 2 subs a year would be nice. And we have aerospace contractors. God bless the fine men and women at Sikorsky. But outside of defense contractors, the Northeast and places like Connecticut, while having very smart people, the tax structure, the wage structure, the cost of living, the unaffordability of housing, it's just not a match anymore. That's why you see so many of these new places opening in the South, in the Southwest, in the desert states, where, you have legislatures and legislators who are happy to work with businesses to get them in there. But nobody, look, folks, don't get mad at me. Don't kill a messenger here. It never happens here in Connecticut. For mass manufacturing, those days are over. Winchester and New Haven, gone. Bridgeport Brass, gone. The manufacturing base in Waterbury, gone. And you watch, within 5 or 10 years, the insurance base in Hartford will be gone. They will relocate to more tax-friendly states. It just will. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Pretty slow ride coming out of exit 30 in Stratford on the Turnpike southbound towards Bridgeport's 26 Fairfield Rest area. Very heavy through Stamford. And we've got roadwork set up southbound in Greenwich on the Merritt Parkway. That is right around Round Hill Road. Right lane is out till 3. Northbound delays in Ansonia on Route 8. There's road work happening there, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high in the low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid 30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
After rallying more than 2% for all the major averages yesterday over the ceasefire news, some doubt creeping into whether or not it will actually hold. Israel continues to hit Lebanon, which Iran says was a term of the ceasefire agreement. Israel says no, but Iran is also controlling still the Strait of Hormuz and not letting much pass through. So oil prices are surging again while stocks are selling off. Right now, Dow futures down more than 200 points. The S&P and NASDAQ pulling back. Crude oil futures, after falling almost $20 a barrel yesterday, rebounding by $5 this morning to $99.41. Brent crude in London is up $3.75 to $98.57 a barrel. Gold and silver backing off. Gold's down $11, silver down $1.21. Interest rates edging a touch lower to 4.28%, while the dollar is slightly weaker. Asian and European markets mostly lower in overnight midday trade in Europe. All eyes continue on what's happening in the Middle East. Any resumption of hostilities could wipe out yesterday's gains, but for now, a modest pullback after that surge in yesterday's session.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC 695.9, celebrating 100 years as the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning at 9:09. Now let's make it 9:23. Lisa Wexler at 10, the download at noon, and Eric Erickson at 2, and for me at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, to our last caller, gentleman saying, well, you know, we don't see a whole lot of new businesses. And that doesn't mean there aren't small businesses or small shops setting up here, but you never hear about these new big people committing to Connecticut the way it used to be. And I know we're not a blue-collar state with the manufacturing anymore. But listen, this is not a Republican or a Democratic thing. It's a common sense thing. And CEOs, CFOs, presidents of companies, they look at the numbers. That's why we love sports so much. Because in the end, you can cry and whine and moan about something, and in the end, you know what matters? The scoreboard. That's it. That's why we love sports. It's one of the few things in life where, you know, you can cry and moan about your favorite team with your friends or your relatives, and in the end, hey, we won, you lost. From a couple of months ago, Wallet Hub. Go to wallethub.com. The best and worst states to start a business in the U.S. Connecticut ranks 47th. That's not good. That's not good. And I'm not an expert here. I don't say, well, we rank 47th, but if you look at the duopoly of our cost factors, I don't care about that. People much smarter than me get paid to look at these numbers and decide if an individual company will even look at a place in Connecticut. So Connecticut is 47th overall in best or worst, if you want to say. We're number 47 out of 50. As to the best states to start a business. If you're best, you're at the top. If you stink, you're at the bottom. And our big problem is business costs, taxes, property taxes, the property you're on, the equipment you have. Right now, Connecticut ranks 47th overall, 45th in business costs, according to Wallet Hub. Only Alaska, Maryland, New York, California, and New Jersey are more cost prohibitive than Connecticut. It's not me saying it. And as far as the overall rank, now Wallet Hub ranks business environment, access to resources, and total business costs. And overall, Connecticut is only less expensive than Hawaii, Maryland, and Rhode Island. All right, well, you know, the bosses and their CFOs and their accounting execs, they look at this stuff. Another quick ranking before traffic and weather together. Top 10 best states to start a business, according to management.org. Texas, Utah, Montana, Georgia, Florida, California, Oklahoma, Maine, North Carolina, and Delaware. You know? Traffic and weather together right here. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Pretty slow ride coming out of exit 30 in Stratford on the Turnpike southbound toward Bridgeport's 26 Fairfield Rest area. Very heavy through Stamford. And we've got roadwork set up southbound in Greenwich on the Merritt Parkway. That is right around Round Hill Road. Right lane is out till 3. Northbound delays in Ansonia on Route 8. There's road work happening there, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, April 21st and 23rd at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Everyone has a passion, that one thing you'd love to spend all your time doing, like going on runs anywhere and everywhere, taking cooking lessons from world-famous chefs, or rocking out to your favorite artists all over the world. Pursue your passions, whatever they may be. Play the new Millionaire for Life daily draw game for a chance at $1 million every year for the rest of your life. Passion funded for life. Overall odds 1 in 8.5. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Iran has pulled back on a key ceasefire concession and closed the Strait of Hormuz again over Israeli strikes on Lebanon. The BBC's James Landale.
Israel says this is a war on Iran's ally, Hezbollah.
and the country's prime minister claimed his attacks here were not covered by the ceasefire agreed between the U.S. and Iran.
The IDF says it's just killed the secretary to Hezbollah's chief in Beirut. President Trump says U.S. forces will remain in place in and around Iran. CBS's Jesse Mitchell reports new talks are scheduled.
Negotiators for both sides will meet in Pakistan this weekend, with Vice President Vance leading the U.S. delegation.
A doctor in Hawaii has been convicted on a lesser charge of attempted manslaughter for trying to kill his wife while they were hiking last year. Deputy Prosecutor Joel Garner.
We respect the verdict. We respect that the jury did their job, considered the evidence, and came to a verdict that they thought fit the evidence.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Connecticut Hospital Association is hoping to secure a funding deal with the state. Uncertainty looms for many hospitals, from threats to cut federal Medicaid assistance and reluctance from Governor Lamont to pledge more money to the industry beyond 1 year. Legislation that passed in 2011 was designed to filter money through a tax on hospitals that could be converted for more funds through Medicaid reimbursement. As budget deficits grow, the tax money was never filtered back, causing hospitals to lose more than $250 million a year from a tax they never expected. It's not clear if the association will be able to secure a long-term funding deal. Eversource is backing out of 3 state contracts in Connecticut. In a letter sent to the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Eversource says the latest round of purchases by DEEP were overpriced and likely to result in public energy cost increases. The letter claims Connecticut lawmakers lack a comprehensive energy strategy, and the company doesn't want to commit $238 million to their cause. A DEEP spokesperson told the Connecticut Mirror that the solar projects would lower costs for ratepayers, despite Eversource's claims. They add the department is in contact with Eversource to further understand the decision. The Connecticut DMV is warning residents that multiple scam text messages have been reported. The fake texts urge recipients to make immediate payments for a variety of made-up violations, typically parking tickets or old toll fees. The texts also warn of impending consequences, such as license or registration suspension, if the fees are not paid. The DMV says they will never reach out to you through text message or social media, and urge anyone who's received these messages to delete and report them immediately. Leaders at the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities are asking for more money from slot machine revenue. New London Mayor Michael Pissarro, president of the conference, calls it one of the great injustices in the state. The state has been slowly but steadily reducing the amount of revenue they share with cities and towns from the gaming machines. Pissarro says that the revenue was originally intended for municipalities, and they should not be punished for the state's own financial woes. The state is set to receive $365 million in video slot revenue this year from tribal casinos. An expansion of Tweed New Haven Airport is one step closer to reality. The city of New Haven, town of East Haven, and Tweed have reached a memorandum of understanding. Officials call the memorandum a big step forward for the proposed East Terminal project. The memorandum provides each party with a framework to address any logistical concerns. The $250 million expansion will feature a new 80,000 square foot terminal on the East Haven side and a runway extension of over 6,000 feet to accommodate larger aircraft. And Cumberland Farms, which has about 80 locations in Connecticut, is no longer offering its popular coffee deal. For years, customers who are members of the convenience store chain's reward program got hot or iced coffee up to an extra large size for 99 cents. Now customers are told the 99-cent coffee requires a minimum purchase of $3.49. Even with the minimum purchase, the extra large size is no longer available. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. Brought to you this time around by our friends at the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite lottery draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or check out ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound Seymour, that you have roadwork set up there. Left lane is out. Northbound through Ansonia, that is also the left lane out. Route 8 because of road work. Southbound on the 25-8 connector, we're slow into the merge of 95. Now, if you're getting off 95 northbound, heading to the 25-8, There's road work happening right there. Slow going in Bridgeport on the Turnpike and in Stamford, and delays southbound in Greenwich right around exit 5. That's road work too. Right lane is out. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another bright day on the way under a sunny sky with a high and low 50s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
Trying to lose weight on your own? Stop guessing and start seeing results with Medi Weight Loss. You'll meet face-to-face with experienced providers who create a personalized plan built around you, including nutrition guidance, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. And now they've lowered their pricing to help more people get started. Your first month of a GLP-1 medication is available for as low as $99. Visit MediWeightLoss.com to find your nearest Connecticut location and book your free assessment today.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to Ridgefield Playhouse. May 5th, it's Madeline Peru performing We Are America, songs that give us hope.
Don't wait too long.
May 16th is the Brad Meldau Trio with Felix Mosahome and Jorge Rossi. And June 12th, it's Al Di Meola, the Guitar Architect, featuring Electric Band. Madeline Peru, Brad Meldau, and Al Di Meola. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Heard in the North End, Steel Point, and all around Bridgeport. You're listening to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up a little later on, we'll hear from our fine friends at AARP Connecticut. Let's get real serious now. Let's talk about racism because we have to confront it. Listen, as long as I think there are humans on this earth, there will be some history of or some amount of racism. Joining us right now is the previous author of The Shifting Grounds of Race, Black and Japanese Americans and the Making of a Multi-Ethnic L.A., and co-author with Grace Lee Boggs of The Next American Revolution, Sustainable Activism for the 21st Century. New book now, and this caught my eye. A buddy of mine sent me this and said, hey, why don't you talk about this? And I was just listening to something on this not too long ago. The American Peril, The Violent History of Anti-Asian Racism. Scott Kurashage is the guest. Hey, Scott, good morning. It's Paul here in Connecticut. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me.
Talk about the genesis of this book, Scott, and your background and how it weaves into this for my listeners.
Yeah, so I've been teaching Asian American history for pretty much my entire adult career, and I've particularly been studying the issue of violence against Asian Americans. And it's an issue that really became of major concern to Asian Americans really through 3 different eras. I would say the first is during the Vietnam War, because, the discussion, all the racist terminology, I don't have to say that. Anyone who's seen a Vietnam War movie knows what type of language is used to define not just the enemy, but even our allies in Vietnam and Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
That was the first era where Asian Americans really started to begin to come together in protest and activism, as obviously many others were doing, African Americans, women, LGBT community folks. The second era would be the 1980s, and there was a horrific murder of a Chinese American just before his wedding. He was celebrating his upcoming wedding, and he was out with some of his friends at a strip club, and he wound up being beaten to death near Detroit by 2 white men who made expressions saying that they were very upset about the loss of American jobs to the Japanese auto industry. Now, he was a U.S. citizen of Chinese ancestry. His father had been the U.S. army. He had no relation to, Japanese competition in the auto industry. But again, that was the racialized nature of anti-Asian racism in the 1980s. And many people, of course, are aware that during the pandemic, there were thousands of anti-Asian hate incidents. One of the most dramatic, violent incidents was the mass murder of 8 people in the Atlanta area by a man who targeted Asian-operated massage parlors. 6 of those who were killed were Asian women. And really, it was that point that I realized all this research had to do something to better educate the public about this longstanding issue. It really goes back to the 19th century, as I point out. But most people never have a chance to learn in this issue. I certainly never had a chance to learn in my own education, so I had to do my own research and really pursue an education that, again, most people never get access to in this country.
So Scott, beyond those 3 errors that you point out, or those 3 kind of instances there, any of this, do you think, because I'm a big student of World War II, and I watch, propaganda films and listen to old radio newscasts there and what was allowed to be said and what couldn't be said, and the Japanese internment. Are there any leftover scars from that era as well, or not?
Yeah, I think there definitely are. I mean, my mother and her family were put into American concentration camps. My grandfather was taken by the FBI even before the rest of the family. My mother's youngest brother was born 2 days after Pearl Harbor, and somehow he was deemed a national security threat as an infant. So World War II was, it really was a bipartisan Republican and Democrat call for Japanese American incarceration. Some of the most esteemed liberal Americans, like Earl Warren, who later became Chief Justice, were saying, some of the most vile, stereotypical racist things to call for Japanese Americans to be incarcerated. It includes World War II. It goes back to, most people don't even know the U.S. had a war against Korea in 1871.
Yes.
It involved a massacre of Koreans. The Philippine War was motivated by, really intense forms of racial stereotyping. This is when Rudyard Kipling issued the poem, The White Man's Burden. He called for Americans to wage the savage wars of peace. We have, of course, the Korean War in 1950, the Vietnam War. It's in all these eras, we have racism being tied to foreign policy, and it comes back to haunt Asians in the United States as well.
Scott Kurashige is the guest, American Peril, A Violent History of Anti-Asian Racism. Scott, how much of this do you think over the years, even to the present day now, is an inability of some people? And I've never understood racism. I don't see skin color. I don't care where somebody comes from. You know what my racism is? If you're a bad person, then I tend to stay away from you. But if you're good, I don't care where you come from. But how much of this, Scott, do you think over the years, particularly toward Asians and Asian Americans, is an inability of a lot of people to understand culture and to understand what makes certain people, Asian Americans and others, what makes them tick, what makes them function?
Yeah, I'd say we have really 2 diametrically opposed traditions in American history. One is towards tolerance. One is towards recognizing that the U.S. is made up of many diverse peoples, obviously indigenous peoples to start with, but immigrants from all over the world. And there's been a long struggle for citizenship rights, for inclusion, and for creating a more perfect union. On the other hand, there have been laws from the very beginning that said Asian immigrants could not become naturalized citizens. There have been laws that said Asians could not own land. And then there were laws for much of the 20th century that said Asians couldn't immigrate to the U.S. at all. And so there's this countervailing pressure to create a society where some are privileged over others and where racism and intolerance are used really to divide people. Oftentimes there were employers that could drive wages down by keeping the workers divided by race and ethnicity and fighting with each other rather than advocating for things like, workers' rights and more dignity in the workplace.
Finally, Scott, one of the things that really, to me, comes over as a subtle racism, too, or what people have said in the off pass as soft bigotry. You'll hear somebody say something like, hey, I was at Yale last week, or Columbia, or, Dartmouth, or Brown, or whatever, MIT, and geez, I thought I was in Tokyo, or I thought I was in Beijing because of all the Asian rooted students here. I mean, I hear that and I go, really? Like, And it's almost kind of like with a wink and a nod, Scott, accepted and laughed at. That's just bad stuff.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, there's a student center in Cornell University named for Willard Straight.
Yeah.
Willard Straight was a journalist originally, and during the Russia-Japan War in the early 20th century, he started to say, for no reason whatsoever, I find myself hating Japanese people simply because I have to deal with them as equals to white people. He later became one of the U.S. president's most forceful aides, pushing for, anti-Japanese hostilities, and of course, on both sides, that ended up winding up into a terrible conflict during World War II that led to millions of people being killed. So there has been, both through educated society as well, these prejudices and these stereotypes that have led to, conflicts, even when Asian Americans are viewed as a so-called model minority, the successful people that work hard, that study, that play by the rules. There's this sense that, we are oftentimes in a place where we're not supposed to be, that there's a tradition of, hegemony, and there's a tradition of homogeneity in these elite sectors that makes Asians therefore always look like they're the perpetual foreigner.
Scott, good luck with the book, American Peril, The Violent History of Anti-Asian Racism. Folks, I flipped through this. There's a lot of stuff in there that I read, and I said, really? I didn't know that. Scott Kurashige. Hey, Scott, thanks, my friend. Appreciate it. Hopefully we can chat down the road. Appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll be at the Westport Library at 7 p.m. on May 5th if folks are in the area.
Again, when was that? May 5th at 7 p.m., you said?
Yep, at Westport.
Excellent. I'll mention that again. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Connecticut Turnpike southbound stop and go in Norwalk and Stamford. Route 8 southbound between 17 and 14. Left lane is closed. That is construction in Seymour. Northbound delays too around the same area. Road work is happening there. Southbound on the Parkway, they've got construction going on in Greenwich near exit 5 to exit 3. Right lane is out. And in Newtown, still working on a multi-car crash, 84 westbound at exit 10. That's Route 6. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
After a frosty start, we've got a sunny day on the way with a high and low 50s and a breeze light out of the south. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out KJTreeService.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Step into spring with confidence. Downtown Dental is making it easy to shine with their dental implant special for only $999. Say goodbye to hiding your smile and hello to a brighter, fresher you. Don't wait another season. Take advantage of Downtown Dental's $999 dental implant special today. New patients are welcome. Your dream smile is just one call away. Call Downtown Dental or visit downtowndentalct.com. 3 convenient locations in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton brings the dynamic musical review Jerry's Girls to its stage April 10th through 19th. featuring a talented cast of 3 women. The music of Jerry Herman from Broadway classics Hello Dolly, Mame, La Cage aux Folles, and Mac and Mabel is brought to life. This show is a romp through the magic of Herman's classics. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters. Visit centerstagetheater.org for tickets and more about the 2026 season.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
The Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair presented by Chesla in Bigelow Tea is April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, Bridgeport. Info at ctcollegefair.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey there, good morning, 9:50, 10 before the top of the hour. News at the top, Lisa Wexler's show after that. Paul and for Melissa. Hey, let's talk about something that we have to talk about, even though we wish we didn't have to. It's fraud here. And joining us right now is the Senior Director of Fraud Victim Support for AARP, the Fraud Fund Watch Network, observing April as Fraud Prevention Month. Amy Knopfziger joins us. Amy, good morning. It's Paul here. How are you?
Hi, Paul. Good morning to you. Thanks for having me.
Great that you're here. Fraud Prevention Month. It's to raise awareness about frauds and scams. AARP Connecticut hosting 2 in-person events and webinars. Now, you know, being in this business as we are here at the station, particularly at WICC, Amy, almost every day we get a local story or a national story on our network about fraud prevention, particularly with older folks that you represent. This is horrible. Talk a little about this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is horrible. And billions of dollars are being stolen from our friends and families and going most of the time overseas to organized criminal networks. And it has to stop. And we, the community, are a part of that solution. And so that's why April is dedicated as Fraud Theme Month. But, you know, fraud doesn't just pay attention in April, right? But let's take the time and focus on it. Come to these events that we're having in Connecticut. Learn the red flags of fraud, because if you don't think it's going to happen to you, you're probably the next person it will happen to. We all have targets on our backs.
All right, so 3 events here. One is in East Hartford of the American Eagle Financial Credit Union on the 22nd. Then the day later, April 23rd, in Fairfield County at 11 a.m., the Stanford Museum and Nature Center. And then on the 28th, you have a virtual event online. So, Amy, talk a little about these events. What can folks glean from them, and what do you cover?
So I'm actually going to be at these events. So, of course, you're going to get a lot of information from the front lines. Last year, we had 100,000 inbound phone calls to the helpline. So we know what frauds and scams are happening out there. We're also going to have some guests from the Securities and Exchange Commission, and we have a scam survivor who will be sharing her story. She had $1 million stolen from her in a cryptocurrency and romance scam. So we're going to learn from her. Of course, ARP, we love food, so there will be free food. So please come. And what I say is, you know, maybe you have a friend or a family member who can't drive, bring them with you, or make sure to bring a pen and a pad of paper, because you're going to want to write all this information down and then be the fraud fighter in your community so you can warn that person who's not able to come to the event.
Yeah, and Amy, I usually do the afternoon show here, and when I do my show, and I know you've talked to Melissa before and in the middays as well, look, I have a philosophy in life, and I don't mean to be mean, but I tell people, especially with information, don't trust anybody. I mean, I know you have to trust people, but I tell people all the time, don't click on anything on your phone. Don't double and triple. If somebody sends you something or they call, hang up. make that other call back and say, hey, call a lawyer, call a friend, call a younger relative, your grandson, your granddaughter, or hey, my niece works in computers, something's weird here. Do not give anybody money. But I guess sadly, Amy, it happens, doesn't it?
You're exactly right, Paul. And I love what you said about not trusting anyone. And you know what? It's kind of true. Yeah. I say, verify, then maybe trust. But, the scammers are out there and, they're attacking us every single day. And wherever you are online, and I guarantee all of your listeners at some point on the day are probably online, and that includes your phone. So is a criminal waiting for the right moment to try to steal from you. Messages that are coming out of the blue with urgency, messages that are trying to get you emotional, whether with fear or excitement, messages that are asking you to keep it a secret or lie. These are all red flags of the scam. So you're exactly right. If you get any of these things and you feel like, ooh, this doesn't seem right, hang up, delete the text, call a friend, call a family member, call us on the AARP Fraud Watch Network helpline. We're free. We're there for everyone, regardless of your age. Get advice and get help.
Yeah, and Amy Knopfziger is the guest senior director of fraud victim support for the AARP Fraud Watch Network. 3 events in East Hartford on the 22nd at the American Eagle Financial Credit Union, on the 23rd at 11 a.m. Stanford Museum and Nature Center, and again there'll be an online event as well at 1 p.m. a virtual event on the 28th. Amy, one of the last things I want to cover here is a really insidious thing that I've gotten calls on my landline phone. Yes, I still have a landline just in case. The "can you hear me" thing. I tell people all the time, if somebody says, "Is this Paul?" or "Can you hear me?" right? Don't say yes, or don't say, because it's insidious what they'll do with artificial intelligence and that now.
Yeah, there's so many things that we just have to watch out for. My best advice is don't even let it get that far. Don't pick up the phone.
Don't pick up the phone.
Don't pick up the phone unless you absolutely know who's calling. Then you don't even have to worry about saying yes or no or whatever it is, right? Put your contacts in your phone. If you have a mobile phone, put your contacts in there, and then set your settings to send any unknown number to voicemail. Then you don't even have to deal with it.
Absolutely. Amy Knopfziger, AARP Connecticut, the Fraud Watch Network Senior Director thereof. Hey, Amy, thanks. Good luck on the events, and we'll chat down the road. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and I hope to see everyone at the events.
All right. Thanks, Amy. Amy Knopfziger. And once again, those events, the 22nd of this month, April 22nd, 10 a.m. East Hartford at the American Eagle Financial Credit Union. Then the day after, 11 a.m., Stanford Museum and Nature Center. And then on the 28th of this month, toward the end of the month, a virtual event. Go to aarp.org/understanding fraud. Folks, I'm telling you, if you're afraid of fraud, if you've gotten burned, and you do have a cell phone and you do have a smartphone, just do what I do. Get visual voicemail. Because if you don't want to, like I answer very few calls when they first call. But for like $2 or $3 a month, I don't know what it is, Verizon versus AT&T, what visual voicemail will do is it will transcribe any voicemail you leave, so you don't even have to hear it. And you'll see a little printout on your screen. Message received. Hey, Grandma, it's Joni. What time do you want to meet for dinner? So this way you don't even have, because if somebody asks, can you hear me? Or is this Mrs. Jones? Don't say yes. They're recording your voice to use it in another scam. Trust me. Folks, it's been fun. I'm back tomorrow morning at 5. Eric, the producer, thank you. Norm on traffic, Paul on the weather, and John Kamal on news. Lisa Wexler up next.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-1509, 800-555-1509, or biglou.com.
Paid for by term provider. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A funeral in Beirut for one of the more than 200 people Lebanese officials say were killed in Israeli strikes yesterday. They have the Iran ceasefire teetering on the brink of possible collapse. Correspondent Elizabeth Palmer reports from Tel Aviv.
Those attacks might yet kill the ceasefire. Iran's deputy foreign minister told British television that Iran is only going to send its team to Pakistan for those talks with the U.S. this weekend to end the war if Israel stops the attacks on Hezbollah. But Israel's prime minister has posted on social media this morning they are going to continue.
Pakistan's prime minister has just slammed what he calls Israel's aggression. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz in response. A U.S. soldier has spoken exclusively to CBS News' Jonah Kaplan about surviving an attack in Kuwait that killed 6 other American military members on the first day of the war. We've disguised his voice to protect his identity.
What fortifications existed there?
I mean, I would put it in the none category from a drone defense capability.
None. There were no fortifications.
None.
The Artemis II astronauts are scheduled to return to Earth tomorrow night after their history-making loop around the far side of the moon. Pilot Victor Glover.
We have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And I haven't even begun to process what we've been through.
Preparations are underway for splashdown off the coast of San Diego. The emperor penguin has been declared an endangered species.
Climate change gets the blame. Dr. Norman Ratcliffe with the British Antarctic Survey says the sea ice the penguins live, hunt, and breed on is disappearing.
It doesn't last as long, it's not as extensive, and that can impact on their breeding success and survival.
Dr. Philip Trathan with the International Union for Conservation of Nature says emperor penguins huddle to survive. I think that's really a good metaphor for how humans need to be. We need to work together to change greenhouse gas emissions. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Average salaries for a Major League Baseball player hit a new record, and a couple of New Yorkers lead the way. The average salary rose 3.4% on opening day to a record $5.3 million. The highest paid player, Mets outfielder Juan Soto, getting almost $62 million for the second year in a row. Yankees outfielder Corey Bellinger's number 2 at $42.5 million. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world. I'm Tony. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. How are you? I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This update is brought to you by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening. 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. This morning, Governor Ned Lamont is holding a news conference to announce that his administration is releasing more than $1.5 million in state grants to food pantries, community health centers, and nonprofits for the purpose of purchasing healthy Connecticut-grown products from local farms for distribution to food-insecure populations. The funds are being released through the Connecticut Department of Agriculture's Local Food Purchase Assistance Grant Program. The program aims to increase access to locally grown food for those in need while simultaneously supporting the operations of Connecticut farmers and the state's overall agricultural economy. And the Connecticut DMV is warning that multiple scam text messages have been reported. The fake texts urge recipients to make immediate payments for a variety of made-up violations, typically parking tickets or old toll fees. The texts also warn of impending consequences if the fees are not paid. The DMV says they will never reach out to you through text message or social media and urges anyone who's received this message to delete it and report it. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high and low of 50s. Clear this evening and tonight with a low in the mid-30s. Tomorrow is sunny and milder with a high near 60. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time for stimulating talk. Time for thought-provoking conversation. Time for the Lisa Wexler Show. Turn on your brain and get the real scoop on today's topics and events. Here is Lisa Wexler.
Maureen was never forgotten, not for a single moment. From the day